Good morning. Welcome to Tuesday at the Modus Super Series, where Group A is going to continue. And yesterday, well, it was a fabulous day, but one player in particular stood out. Here's what happened. In and out. Not that he's doing anything wrong by hitting what he's going for.
I think tops is the only thing that he shouldn't really do here. But he's going to do it anyway.
Goes tops. No need to, but...
Can he take the whole thing? In 3? It's wonderful. More proof that Andy Davidson is a special talent. And if he misses the segment, he doesn't like it. And he doesn't like that 180, I assure you of that.
Oh, having a little conversation now. But there's been drama, and it's Burnett who delivers. Yeah, Richie Burnett was absolutely brilliant, wasn't he, on his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The first outing and a perfect day for the Prince of Wales, who won 5 from 5 matches and is in the box seat in terms of the Group A table. Burnett then on 10 points. Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson, the best of the rest. Remember, both of those players won their weeks in the previous series. Jerome Miok, also a former weekly winner, on 4 points. Shane McGuirk on 4 as well. But McCormack did struggle somewhat. He did not manage to win a game. In fact, the closest he came was to beating Burnett in that slightly ill-tempered affair that you saw in the highlights there. But McCormack will be looking to put things right today. Burnett looking to carry on the form that he's shown. And he is, of course, favourite to win this group. He was before a dart was thrown, but that price has been now shortened to odds on 5-6 Burnett now. Davidson in next at 4-1, then Shane McGuirk 6-1. Jimmy Van Schie maybe a bit of value at 13-2, and you can go as far as 100-1 for McCormack to win this group. If you are going to have a flutter here on the Super Series, please do gamble responsibly. It's 18+ and begambleaware.org. But today we will start to see how this group takes shape. And the opening match is between Jerome Miok and Andy Davidson, the Scotsman, who was in fabulous form last series and is looking to maybe challenge Burnett at the top of the table. Henry Deacon spoke to Davidson a little earlier on.
Andy, good first day for yourself yesterday. Some good performances in there. Would that be your overall assessment of things?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was pretty solid. I felt it was quite consistent throughout the day. I mean, to be fair, I was unlucky against Richie and Jimmy. You just have to give credit where credit's due. They played absolutely brilliant against me, so I think I did as well as I could expect, to be fair.
Did it feel a little bit different going into the building yesterday? Because last series, even at the Champions Week, you were a relatively unknown quantity, somebody that was just beginning to build. This time there perhaps feels a little bit of expectation on your shoulders. Did you feel that coming in?
I didn't feel any expectation at all. I certainly felt a lot more relaxed coming into the building yesterday, knowing that every memory in here has been a positive one. There's been no negatives to dwell on. So just excited to get back on the board again.
It's been a bit of a whirlwind, hasn't it, the last few weeks?
It certainly has, yeah. You could certainly say that. It's been very strange. It's nothing that I can get used to be quite honest. So, yeah, we'll just see how they go again.
What's the reaction been back home after your previous successes here?
Yeah, it's been strange. I mean, I've had a lot of congratulations, which is lovely. But we're back to the serious business now, and hopefully we'll be there on Saturday night.
I say back to the serious business. You must feel like when you break down the way you played yesterday, if you play at a similar level, a similar standard, you should be able to yield similar, if not better, results.
I felt that yesterday. I did feel I was actually the best player in the room yesterday. The results maybe didn't suggest that, but you got to take the rough with the smooth. I mean, I didn't feel I played that bad yesterday. Whilst I'm sitting mid-table, there's no reason why I can't go higher than the table today.
Well, I wish you well, Andy. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Oh, it doesn't matter what he does. If Andy Davidson does things like that.
Round off a near immaculate display. The bullseye. To finish in style.
Well, this is Scott against the Scott. And this Scott is doing remarkable things.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. 164.
Tuesday's action about to get started. Andy Davidson, the first player on the stage. He takes on Jerome Miok, both former weekly winners here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And they will start off this latest Super Series session. against each other. The pair of them met in the very last match of yesterday, and Davidson edged that one in the last leg decider, meaning that he's the one on 6 points. Miok, the 27-year-old Dutchman, on 4, but it is a Scot who made the slightly stronger start, coming down to Portsmouth all the way from Edinburgh, and he's a player who really has emerged here in the last few months as, well, a possible player with a really bright future. Henry Deacon had a little chat with Davidson that you just saw there, and I'm delighted to say that he's alongside me, Chris Murphy, in commentary for this session, which will be officiated by Owen Binks.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Morning, everybody. What's day 2 going to you? And it's going to begin with a meeting between two players who I think it's fair to say have emerged on this stage. Andy Davidson has done some spectacular stuff this year, but let's not forget the 2023 that Jerome had here at the Live Lounge. Won a week, got through to a Champions Night at the Champions Week. He topped a Group A at Champions Week, which involved Luke Littler. Haven't been able to see him since, mainly due to his work commitments. He started a new job not long after making that Champions Week. This is the first time he's actually been able to get the time off work. But I think it's fair to say these are two real steady workman-like players, and this should be a real good contest to start the day.
136.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. Miok, I think, was the most unfortunate player yesterday. He did suffer with a lot of bounce outs. He was the only player that did. That should be noted. So something that maybe he needs to look at. If you look at the end of his points, particularly the one in the board there, it does look like he's tried to do something to rough them up a little bit.
60.
I don't know if there's a bit of chalk or just something that he's done, maybe sandpaper or something along them lines. And also the long points won't help either, because any kind of collision could see the dart come out the board.
Yeah, he did lose 4-3 in a couple of his games,
39.
including one where he had a bounce out on the bullseye for the match against Jimmy Van Schie.
134.
Well, he would love to get a dart for the bullseye in this visit, but he won't. So Davidson will get the opportunity off the bat to break.
43, and he requires.
You get a sense in a group like this, 6 visit legs, it's going to have to be where you do your business if you can't get it done in 5. Double 10 doesn't
40.
go.
Jerome require 124.
Expect this one to heat up as the contest goes along. Davidson's going to get 3 more double 10 to take this opening leg break.
44, and he required 20. Game shot on the first leg.
Efficient
Andy
with
Davidson.
the finishing. Third dart goes in. He was very efficient yesterday in that department as well.
Second leg,
Andy
it's Andy to
Davidson,
throw
44% on the checkouts. Only Jimmy Van Schie performed better. But Davidson did have the highest average for the day. And when you consider that Richie Burnett won all 5 of his matches, Davidson was a full 5 points better off than Richie in that area.
100.
And to be honest, when you break down the numbers that he ascertained yesterday, Davidson, 93.5 average, and in terms of the doubles, 44%. That's kind of been around what he's been playing at throughout his duration here. There's not many times do you look at Andy's daily averages and they're below 90, and that's the biggest compliment you can pay to him. He's consistent whenever he's here.
43.
And at the minute, Jerome has just not been able to get out the traps whatsoever, and Davidson in this leg has been able to punish more sufficiently, leaving himself a double after 12 to open up a 2-zip lead.
140, and it required 36.
Well, it's a massive miss, but it might be a favourable one for Andy Davidson, and I can take aim at double 16.
Game
he
shot on the
finds
second leg.
double 8.
Andy
Nice
Davidson.
smile, all's well that ends well for the Scotsman.
Third leg, it's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
It's almost looking as if Andy that he's playing below par, but still finds himself so far in front. Now that's the dart that's always going to hinder him, the first dart above the bed, because his darts sit down in the board, very much a stack. You don't see many young players as stackers these days, but Andy very much in that particular mix. Whereas Jerome's the other way round. If the first dart sits below the treble bed, then he's in a bit of trouble.
140.
A really prolonged upstanding angle. I mean, if it's anywhere below it, he's in trouble.
59.
A dart in the 20 blocks tops, doesn't it?
56.
The pace and precision of Davidson winning the game so far. And a win in this game would see him move within 2 points of Richie Burnett, who takes on Shane McGuirk in the game that follows this.
53.
Be intriguing to see how Shane gets along today. Didn't play bad yesterday, but he would have felt that there was some areas for improvement. We know that he's a player that's got gears,
96.
but as
and
to
he
his
recorded
hand, he's left himself 156 after 12. He's not going to take it out, and so Miok hasn't had an
82.
attempt at a double
Jerome
yet. If
McGuire,
he's going to get one, he's going to have to find a
138.
couple of trebles first.
And again, the first start on a finish means that the finish is no longer on.
29. And it requires
Jerome Miok
74.
yet to warm up. I think that's fair to say.
Game
And
shot
Andy
the third
Davidson
leg.
is
Andy
giving him a
Davidson.
mauling, really.
3-0 up.
Well,
You know what we were
Andy to
talking
throw
about in
first.
terms of
Game on.
efficiency. Take out the first leg, we had a couple of struggles. Now he's firing around his range. 15,
40.
17 to move into a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, he's pretty much at that exact same double percentage he was yesterday.
59.
Around 43%. With 3 out of 7.
100.
Really hasn't he, taken full advantage of this slow start from Jerome Miok. Just
41.
does not appear ready for this opening match.
No, not at the races at all, but credit has to go where credit's due to
45.
Andy, where he's just seized upon the opportunity. And I think the one thing that we've learnt about him, and it's been a very quick course of learning about him as a player, is
100.
he does have that real killer instinct in the respect that because he plays at such a high level and he plays with such an intensity
29.
that if you're off it for a few minutes, he'll just strike.
Well, is he just starting to wake up a little bit here?
83.
Got himself into a half-decent position against the throw.
54.
And he's effectively taken the darts with these in hand.
$84.
Be frustrated with dart 3. Because if he found the 18, he would have left himself on
41.
Shanghai.
Round record 134.
Yeah, big difference between that and this. Another. Would have left him double 16 instead. He has to tidy up. And he's fortunate to look at the scoreboard and for once see that Andy Davidson is not on any kind of finish.
78.
Well, it's been a leg of roles reversed, hasn't it? Well, Jerome hasn't had a dart at a
58.
double yet in this
Round
match,
record
and
56.
barring an absolute catastrophe here, he's going to get a couple at tops. Now 2 10s. Doesn't go,
46.
and
Andy
this would be
record
some way to win it for
134.
Andy Davidson.
So good at following,
94. Jerome
which is
required
why he decided
10.
to stay there, even though it would have left double 7. Pressure is on Miok here, cannot afford a mistake.
8.
But he's made
And he
one,
required
and that could be
40.
that.
And that
Game
will be
shot
that. And
and
Andy
match.
Davidson reels off a
Andy
4-0
Davidson.
win to kickstart the day. Not quite as bit more in best as he was yesterday, but it was a efficient enough job. The 2 legs in the middle gave him some encouragement, but either side he knows there's work to do. But as for Jerome, it couldn't have got any worse really to kickstart the morning for him. Davidson, a 4-0 winner in the space of 8 minutes. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Richie Burnett in action up against Schie McGuirk. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Andy Davidson has kick-started his day with a 4-0 win against Jerome Miok, which means that he's now on 8 points and 2 points behind the man at the back of the hockey there, Richie Burnett, who had a perfect start to life at the Super Series, winning 5 from 5 on day one. He takes on Schie McGuirk, who won 2 fixtures on the first day of his particular campaign, but Burnett was the man who, before dart was thrown, that stole the headlines. He most certainly did so following the first day. But for McGuirk, now 29 from Monaghan in the Republic of Ireland, Development Tour event winner, also winner of the Irish Open, which has booked him a ticket to the Lakeside later on this year, up against Burnett, the former BDO world champion. Amazing to think that's back in 1995, almost 30 years ago. But the age of 57, the original Prince of Wales is still playing some pretty good stuff. He kick-started his campaign yesterday with an average of 105 in getting the better of Andy Davidson. If he can find the levels that we kind of saw, particularly in consistent spells yesterday, he's going to be close to the top of the pack once again.
Absolutely. We do know
First
he's
leg,
got
it's Shane to throw
a lot of
first.
ability in his locker,
Game on.
but it will take some to beat Burnett, who, as mentioned, was undefeated on day one. First outing here in the Super
60.
Series, of course, did play in the Live League in Southampton and did it to great effect. But when speaking to Richie yesterday, he was full of praise for this venue and his surroundings, and he should know he's played in many, many arenas.
100.
Yep, some more glamorous than others.
Yeah. Found it a breeze for the best part of the day.
60.
Looking to carry on this charge up the table. Davidson has closed the gap to 2 points. He'll want to restore that. McGuirk will want to get in the mix, and that's the way to go about doing that.
We were kind of mentioning this morning that this format, well, we've seen it in the past, will suit Burnett to the ground. There we go, the first kick of the day for Burnett, his first max of the day. It's just going to be the first ton plus out of the day. The 161 is going to go for Shane, but Rich is going to have his go at this particular finish.
45.
And he did miss the ball for it
Richie McCoy,
yesterday.
161.
Not on this occasion, but not only did McGuirk not take it out, he didn't leave it too handy either.
105. Shane McCoy, 160.
Has Richie Burnett done exactly what he was doing yesterday, which is finding the right shot at the right time, which is exactly what this would be. Tops. Brilliant, brilliant finish to defy and deny
Shane
Richie
McGuirk.
Burnett a go at the smaller checkout. First blood
Second leg, it's
to
Richie to
McGuirk.
throw first. Game on.
And a first ton topper of the week for McGuirk. By far his highest checkout. 64 was his highest
97.
yesterday.
Richie, meanwhile, was one of a couple of players to get a couple of ton plus outs, but his highest of the lot was a 101.
He was one of a handful of
81.
players that whenever the question was asked, who would you like to see on the Super Series stage, mainly he was one of the answers. Bo Greaves before him. I did ask Paul Nicholson this question yesterday, so I might as well ask you, Henry. Who is
60.
left eligible that you'd like to see on the Super Series stage? Who's your number one pick?
Paul Lim.
That was mentioned in the
100.
chat yesterday, one of the answers, and please do get involved today. Let us know your thoughts. Any sensible suggestions may even be considered.
140. $100.
Tell you what, this is a good comment from Richard here. Amazing to think that Richie Burnett
60.
was world champion before Euro 96.
Yeah, very, very apt for the time. Of course, we are an
83.
England free zone in
Richie
Group A
McCoy,
this week.
144.
Fantastic. Double 12. A wire clipper.
132. Shane McCoy, 137.
Double checks. But it's not going to move, Richie. And McGuirk isn't going to find his second ton topper in successive legs, and so Burnett is going to come back for the double
12.
six to square proceedings up at one apiece.
Game shot the
Richie will do
second.
first time of
Richie
asking.
Burnett.
Yeah, he did say before he threw a dart yesterday that he felt that if he could hit a double, then he'd be dangerous, and he's been hitting the doubles quite well.
$60.
You mentioned about Richie's previous campaigns in our previous venue in Southampton, and if you were to categorise that particular point in time, those 18 months, I think a lot of people talk about what Richie did in that building, perhaps more than anybody else. Maybe the only other player I can possibly think of, maybe a Martin Adams or a Connor Scott.
Yeah, he was excellent, and then he went and did something stupid like get himself a tour card. And he's spoken about that actually since, saying that actually it might not be the best thing for him. But I just think he still has that torch burning, and if he gets a chance to return, he will, because some players just believe that maybe it could still happen. He's proved it on the Pro Tour this year when he's had his opportunities.
100.
Well, there's been sparks. He had the last 16 on the Pro Tour this year. You remember his run to the same stage of the UK Open last year as well. It's there, but I think for a lot of players like Richie, we know he's still got that quality, but it's doing it on those consistent patches that you have to do it on the Pro Tour.
43.
It's got to be day in, day out, week in, week out, and sometimes that can be difficult for a player like Richie. Not being disrespectful, but his stage of his career now, a player plying his trade in the World Seniors.
And I think it was a big surprise that he didn't go deeper in the World Seniors Championship. Actually lost in the second round to the eventual runner-up, Colin McGuirk.
96.
You look at the route, again, without disrespecting any of their opponents, who, particularly Lisa Ashton plus Colin Hard, had Richie managed to win that match, maybe it would have been a final between himself and John Henderson.
83. Shane require 102.
Did beat Keith Deller in the opening round. The McGuirk route, a rare one, starting on the 14s on 102.
94.
Tidying up, but this is where
Richie
Burnett was
McGuire,
brilliant yesterday. This is where his games were won.
This will be for the break as well. Double 20 will leave double 18. Double 18 it is. But not got.
97.
And it wasn't too far away,
Shane
was it,
require
Richie?
8.
Well, a swan-like reaction, but evidence of panic.
Game shot in the third there.
And
Shane
McGuirk
McGuirk.
makes him pay. And that wasn't really happening yesterday, so this is an early indication that Burnett might not have it all his own way today.
And already the signs are, as far as Shane's concerned in proceedings, that the doubling is better. Yesterday, just 28% on his doubles. And so far today, I know he's only played 3 legs, and I know he's only won a couple of them, but the signals are that that radar is perhaps a little bit finer tuned for the Irishman. $100.
Yeah, solid stuff. 66.6, as Meatloaf said. Not a dry eye in the house, or wrong song.
96.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Well, usually we talk about the side-on action here, about the throw, but to be honest, we just want to watch the Richie Burnett kick.
135.
All his opponents have quickly learned not to step into the exclusion zone when Richie's in it.
81.
It's interesting that players are just, as you say, not just standing behind, but standing just a little bit square off as well, so they're not caught by a trailing leg. Had to double check what sport I was commentating on for a minute.
$81. Richie
Well, that slip means that
85.
Burnett has a couple of visits here, breathing space. He may only need a couple of darts. Yeah,
Game
lovely
shot
use of
on
the
the full
marker.
flag.
all square in this
Richie
one. A
Burnett.
much better battle than the opening encounter.
It's been steadily good, hasn't it? Midway point of the game, 2 apiece. 86 average for McGuirk, 94 average for Burnett, just under the 95 mark.
I don't know if you noticed that, Henry, but Richie Burnett
he
just apologised to a speaker. He was doing his stretches. He caught the speaker and just offered the hand of apology. Sorry, mate.
97.
Ironically, the speaker's one of the few ornaments that would be able to talk back to him in that particular situation.
You might say thank you afterwards, because the speaker's also holding his towel, which is actually supposed to be on the table provided.
134.
I suppose this is why people clamour to have him here.
58.
There we go, a towel on a speaker. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
I hope it's a dry towel.
140.
But yeah, he does provide eccentric entertainment, Richie Burnett. However, what can't be denied is the quality he's producing on the dartboard.
43.
The average now up towards
Richie McGuire,
99, and
127.
127 would see him break and take control of this match.
And it has to be said as well, because of the quality of Burnett, throughout the course of yesterday, he's averaging
43.
96.5 now following that visit, but it just feels routine.
Yeah, he started today pretty much as he started yesterday. Well, it helps to look, Shane.
131.
And that's a really good setup,
Richie
because
McGuire,
Burnett, with that
84.
stray dart at the end of the last visit, has left this a little bit awkward. And he may only get a go at the ball. That's all he's got.
59.
But he's unable to get,
Junior
and so
McGuire,
McGuirk
32.
looking at double 16 for a 3-2 lead. It was these opportunities that he passed by yesterday.
Game
But it's not a chance he'll let
Shane
go on
McGuirk.
Tuesday. McGuirk 3-2 up, Burnett thrown to stay in the contest.
Yeah, a bit of a save, that leg.
Sick
It's a
bag,
leg
it's
that Richie will
Richie to
feel he
throw
had in the
first.
palm of his hand,
Game
but
on.
it was snatched from that grasp.
$100. $85.
A reminder, if you missed it, Andy Davidson winning 4-0 in the opening match against out-of-sorts Jerome Miok. Game 3, we'll see Jimmy Van Schie take on
96.
Killian McCormack, who didn't win a game on his debut yesterday.
$58.
McGuirk making his debut at the Lakeside later on this year. And he's looking to do what Richie Burnett did, and that's win the championship on debut. Won it against Raymond van Barneveld in 95, won 6-3 in that final. A couple of other finals, lost out to Steve Beaton as defending champion a year later, and then you could say
84.
that he was involved in a game that changed the sport forever, because he lost 6-5 to Raymond van Barneveld in the final in 1998. And many people in the Netherlands contribute that game as to the ever wide and ever glistening growth of the sport in that particular nation.
It could have quite easily been a 2 or 3 time world champion, Richie Burnett. Right now, he's just focused on forcing a decider here. McGuirk's been effective in just tapping him on the shoulder, hasn't he, leg after leg.
137.
But it's perhaps the first time Burnett's felt that he can have a couple of real good goes
97.
at this,
Jay
assuming that he
McGuire,
can't take out
140.
the 140 to win the match. Another one of them. Leads double 10. That would have been some way to have got over the
120.
line. Not to be. Burnett back
Richie
for tops.
McGuire, 40.
Shane's final arrow just wide of the target.
Game shot
But
on the
Burnett,
sick flag.
with
Richie
pinpoint
Burnett.
precision, squaring up this tie at 3-3. McGuirk has the darts.
7th and final leg, it's Shane
But
to throw first.
Burnett has
Game
that
on.
force field around him. I've been an undefeated player in this group.
100.
It's been a contest, if we be fair, from leg one that's looked like it was going to have some distance to it, and we go the distance in this particular match. Neither player has built up a two-leg lead in the
100.
contest. It's been nip and tuck all the way. And that
26.
could be a vital slip there for McGuirk. It's opened up the door for Burnett against throw. Shake of the head, shall I say. Told you everything that he thought.
100.
Needs to find a treble here, McGuirk.
60.
But not that one. Burnett has taken the advantage, and we said it yesterday was about doing the right thing at the right time to steal a line from another world champion. Burnett's at it again.
140.
And this was his best suit yesterday, wasn't it? Timing. His numbers may not have been as good as everybody else, but when it mattered, he found the best stuff.
40. Richie require 160.
Some say that you can't take your experience onto a sporting stage, but Burnett seems to be doing that.
105.
Sensible stuff to ensure 2 match darts.
Shane McGuirk had a dart at double 10 on the back of the 140 in the previous leg to win this match. Will feel like this is a opportunity that's passed him by, and realistically he needed to win this game to have the best chance of progressing through. But Burnett to make it 6-6. Looking at tops, getting the tops. And Burnett is still unbeaten in the Super Series. At 6 wins in a row, he completed the card on day 1. He's going to grab his towel from the speaker and claim his first win of day 2. Getting the better of Shane McGuirk in a last leg decider. A real good performance as well. Average of 96.45, 50% on the doubles. McGuirk did have a dart at double 10 to win the contest, but it's Burnett that gets over the line. Coming up after the break, Jimmy Van Schie up against McCormack.
So Burnett remains unbeaten here at the Super Series, 6 from 6 after winning his first match. Now it's time for the final two players to have their first outing on Tuesday. The giant Jimmy Van Schie taking on a man quite literally half his size in Killian McCormack. The Irishman who's looking to get his first win still against the 30-year-old winner of a week in the previous series and winner of plenty since then as well, Jimmy Van Schie. Looking to repeat those heroics when he won probably one of our most entertaining Saturday nights. The Dubliner, Killian McCormack, is looking to finally see those magic hands get some kind of result after falling short in all of his games yesterday. In fact, the closest he came to victory was against the unbeaten Richie Burnett, who he lost to 4-3.
Well, already Killian's had a very good day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth because he was on stage practicing before the action got underway and he hit a 9-darter.
First leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
I suppose it's the second 9-darter hit on this stage this year. Jared Cole hitting the only one in competition so far this year. Whatever happened to him, eh?
60.
As far as Killian was concerned yesterday, it was a steady first day. 82.68 daily average, 10 from 38 on the doubles. It was okay, but I think he'll feel that to be competitive in a group of this side and this size and the players and the caliber that we have in it, you're just going to have to up it a little bit.
Well, he ups it there, Killian McCormack. Had a eventful day yesterday. Despite not getting a victory, showed signs of the ability to do so and could be one of those players who could really find his feet later in the week.
Well, put it this way, he's in a group where you got 3 former weekly winners, Schie, Davidson and Miok. McGuirk's made a couple of finals, and Burnett was great in Southampton.
Suddenly I'm hungry.
$131. Killian, you require 121.
Well, the question asked of Killian McCormack in the opening leg. 1-2-1 to break. Oh, that is bold. Double 18.
85.
Brave from McCormack. Almost paid
36.
off.
Well, when you need to get a dart at the double, it is the right play. Van Schie, double 18 for 13 darter to kickstart his day. And that probably switched him on a little bit more, and a little bit of a sign of respect. Killian saying, well, I disrespect you by saying you didn't take it out. I didn't find the double, but you took it out. It's a fair play, sir.
$180.
Then kickstarts leg 2 of a max. It's not going to be one of those games, is it, where everything they just fist bump and shake hands and that.
Do seem like a friendly bunch. Getting 60. On. They did record some of our usual challengers before play this week, and all of them seem to be enjoying each other's company. That wasn't the case for a brief moment in the match between McCormack and Burnett yesterday, but more on that when they play. Don't want to get the chat room into a frenzy once again just yet.
96.
Well, the early signs here for Killian have been really, really good. Mr. Double in the previous leg for 12. Has left himself on a 2-darter after 9 here.
96. Killian, you require 96. Game shot.
Well, I said he was showing signs.
Killian McCormack.
And he's certainly now showing that not only has he got the ability to win legs here and indeed win matches, but with this standard, win groups, win weeks.
Well, you get the sense that
54.
if it is to be a group later on in the week, say for example Group C, that's probably going to be better suited for him in the fact that he can play at the level that he is, and he's going to get, you'd sense, maybe a little bit more.
78.
It's still a tough group. Bhav Patel we've seen at the World Championship. Jensen Walker, a fine young talent, another one off the assembly line. And Greg Ritchie's a player that I rate very highly
140.
indeed. Really good player from Scotland. But if Killian can play to this kind of level in that group, or in a Group B where Darryl Fitt and Mark Dubridge and Reece Collier
60.
all in action, then it will be interesting to see how he gets on.
Just to clarify, Daryl Fitton did withdraw. He has been replaced by Charlie Large.
58.
But yeah, there is a lot of strength everywhere, isn't there, this week? And we saw, of course, a player last week win from starting in Group C, which is quite a rare feat. We've seen players from Group A going to Group C and win, but very, very rare do we see a player who started in Group C. That's what Eric Rowland's managed, and he's a third through to Champions
59.
Week.
I think it just shows the strength in depth. I think there has been a time where playing in Group C has been seen as playing in the weaker group, but such as the way the standard has equalised as
43.
time's gone along. And you got to remember, Rich is a player that got to the semi-final of the Champion of Champions. Beat Robert Thornton in that particular tournament. Had decent runs on the Seniors Tour. And as you mentioned, the players that are playing in Group C,
64.
very capable and have done their own bits on big stages.
I don't know if you're superstitious, Henry. I know Paul Nicholson certainly mentioned this kind of thing. But Killian McCormack was
42.
wearing a shirt that was
Jimmy require 126.
contravening the rules around the size of the sponsorship patches. Completely inadvertent debut naivety. Come back to that in a moment.
120.
Come back to it now. So he's wearing a borrowed shirt
138.
today. If he goes and has a day of his life, does this become the Killian McCormack garment?
42. Jimmy, you require.
Well, people then
6.
go the other way with it, where you do well in something and never wear it again.
Must be the hardest double on the board for Jimmy Van Schie to hit. It's like throwing a dart from a helicopter.
Well, Rod Harrington was able to do it.
Well, now he's blocked it as well. Like a game of Kaplunk now. Get up on the balcony, Jimmy. Oh, look how far across he's moved. This would be the dart of the year.
No score.
Oh, and he wasn't far away at all.
Killian, you require 96.
Couldn't produce the magic. Now can magic hands make the leg disappear from Jimmy Van Schie. Double 18.
Game shot in the third leg.
Picking Van Schie's
Killian
pocket,
McCormack.
and the Irishman 2-1 to the good.
Go on then, Henry. Have your
Well,
little
then it's Killian
moment.
to
Tell us
throw
what you've been up
first.
to at the weekend,
Game on.
because Niall Cullerton, morning Niall, in the chat says, Henry, how was the trip to Dublin?
It was great fun. It was great fun.
44.
Couple of stouts were consumed.
$85.
Yeah, a bit of a weekend away. I suppose we've all had a little bit of time off, Murph, aren't we?
Yeah, good to see you
55.
back in today on time.
$60.
Is that all you're saying then? What happens in Dublin stays in Dublin?
For the sake of my career, yes.
135.
I mean, I could have said with two Irish players here, I was going over there for research purposes, but
58.
And it is a part of the world where darts is thriving at the moment. Of course, the World Cup of Darts will determine who's the greatest country of them all. That's coming up at the weekend.
134.
Do you have a fancy in that?
I can't look past the Welsh at this present moment in time, I have to be honest.
I think it's the best chance England have had since the Taylor Lewis days of domination.
133.
McCormack, though, for Ireland here. Maybe about to get a few Dublin establishments cheering.
93.
As for Van Schie, feels like those misses in the previous leg have
Killing required 40.
just had a little bit of a impact on this one. This for 3-1. Now double 10.
Game shot
Found.
the fourth leg.
And McCormack
Killian
is a leg
McCormack.
away from his first victory of the week.
Fifth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. $99.
Well, it's good news probably for Richie Burnett, this, because one of the players nearest to him could be getting further away.
59.
And it could be a match between Davidson and Burnett later in the day that determines whether or not it's a two-horse race or whether Richie is galloping into the
34.
distance come Wednesday. Plenty of darts to be thrown between now and then. Burnett back in action next against Jerome Miok, who really will need to up his game if he's going to challenge the Prince of Wales.
100.
Well, it looks as if we could be beginning to get to the point where the table just splits into almost three pairs. Burnett and
100.
Davidson at the top, Van Schie and McGuirk playing for mid-table honours, and then Miok and McCormack fighting to see who gets and doesn't get the wooden spoon.
60.
Interesting you talk about darts in Ireland, particularly the Republic. There's a lot of good players, but there's nobody yet that you'd say is the real pin-up star. They're waiting for that
101.
real big name to really emerge through.
Yeah, a few of the potential to become that, but nobody really yet challenging for major honours.
43. Jimmy Eric 167.
Now McCormack's in a position that he hasn't really been in, which is trying to cross the line. I won't be too worried
45.
about doing it in this leg. The next one will be full focus, having the throw in leg 5. Sorry, in leg 6.
99. Jimmy require
So Van Schie
122.
1-2-2 to bring it back to 3-2. Otherwise, McCormack's going to get a go at for the match.
Decides to compose himself. He feels this is big. Is it blocked? Well, it collides, and that's now made it very awkward and opened the door here for McCormack.
38. Killian, you require 140.
Well, McGuirk missed double 10 for the 140 to win in the previous match. He'd go on to lose the game 4-3. McCormack's first dart goes just below the triple bed, but providing he stays straight, it's going to come
100.
back for 3 darts
Jimmy
at tops if
require
Van
84.
Schie cannot take out the 84. And it may just be a solitary dart at the bullseye. It will be. Can't find it.
59.
And so McCormack will come back for tops to seal
Killian,
his
you
first
require
win
40.
here at the Live Lounge.
For a personal milestone,
Game
Killian
shot
McCormack,
and the
for the
match.
first time,
Killian McCormack.
gets a victory. And he does it emphatically as well, with a very good performance to boot. A 4-1 success over Jimmy Van Schie. And he does it with an average of over 90. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. A nice 96 checkout in there, as well as a couple of maximums. And that gets him a couple of points. His first 2 points in this group come in his first match on day 2. Second match then for Richie Burnett, who's still unbeaten after 6. He takes on Jerome Miok after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Killian McCormack get his first win on this stage, getting the better of Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 1, averaging in excess of 94 from 9 on the doubles. It was a proficient opening performance. Well, the performance of the opening round of fixtures belonged to Richie Burnett. It's felt like a week so far that has belonged to Richie Burnett. He got the better of Schie McGuirk 4-3 in his opening match, averaging 96.5 and 50% on the doubles. He takes on Miok, who really struggled in his opening game against Andy Davidson, losing out 4-0. He hopes for improvements here, and he needs improvements here, because if he plays anywhere near the levels of that first game, Richie Burnett is going to have him for breakfast.
100.
Yeah, he's not dominated all his opponents, but he's just found the key ingredients at the key
60.
moments. Richie Burnett, and Miok has been a little in and out, I think it's fair to say, and my concern is that he's now starting to let the bad luck get on top of him.
140.
And we saw something similar with Rhys Robinson in this group last week, ended up finishing bottom of it after being on the wrong end of some bad
96.
fortune, particularly on Monday.
I mentioned in Jerome's first game that because of work circumstance, he hasn't been able to play as much competitive action that he would like. And I just wonder whether to a certain extent that maybe some of the performances this week can be partly attributed to that, as I think Richie Burnett has just taken out one of the smoke machines to the back of the stage.
Well, the 180 from Miok doesn't get him onto a finish.
65.
Burnett can just leisurely leave 56.
98. Richie requires
This was a shot that won him the previous match.
And it's the one that gets him on the board in this one, and just like to win the previous match, he does it in 14 darts, 1-0 Burnett.
So glad it's Jerome to throw first.
Although there was already signs, I know he didn't get a go at a double in that previous leg, but there was already signs that Jerome has just turned up a bit more than he did in that first game against Andy Davidson, where both players, you may remember, in leg one really struggled, and Jerome just couldn't really snap himself out of that particular rut.
57. 44.
Well, the more comfortable he gets, the better he gets.
$60.
Of course, Richie looking to follow in the company of his fellow Welshman, Richard Rowlands, in winning a week in this particular series. He picked up the title on Saturday night, but just having a look at Jerome there to the back of the stage, just having his eyes together. Maybe a little bit of tiredness coming into play, which is a bit of a concern because he's only playing game 2.
78.
Yeah, hot weather, isn't it, at the moment? Uncharacteristically so for the UK. And I think if you're in a hotel room, it could maybe affect your sleep.
140.
It'll be interesting to look at conditions and the time of year for the best performances.
99. Richie requires 66.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim produced the best stuff we've ever seen here last summer, didn't he?
Well, Paul Nicholson's done a study. Well, I say study. He's been doing his analysis on this.
46.
And he says the springtime is the best time to play darts because it's not too hot, it's not too cold. Well, this could be red hot for Jerome. This would be some way to light the spark.
108.
But he cannot find the double 16 for the 140, and I think he's cutting a frustrated figure right now.
And again, this is exactly what we were talking about in the previous leg.
Games
As
on the
Burnett
second
makes him
leg.
suffer.
Richie
That's a really
Burnett.
good attempt. Should be confidence building in a way. Instead, it's met with absolute fury
The
from
leg is
Miok, and it
Richie
might
to
now
throw
become a
first.
heavy burden on his shoulders that affects him for the rest of the match. All he's done is miss one dart double at the end of the big combination. And he's playing well, 90 average, but the problem he's got is Richie Burnett is making that look minuscule.
I just wonder whether he's playing with the air, or because he played here before, had so much success before, that he's trying to chase that again, and when it doesn't quite go your way, you try that extra bit hard and the frustration creeps in. Well, hello, Richie.
80.
Just for a moment, we got a little bit excited.
Yeah, did have a 9-darter, as we've referenced, in Southampton in the previous guise of this tournament. Same format, very, very different setting. And almost won a Champions Week there with a 9-dart finish. Missed a double for it.
Yeah, he won the Live League Special Cup, which was a launch night at the previous venue. On top of many other accolades, he won a Crystal Trophy for that particular win. Well, this is his highest out yesterday. He's not going to find it right here, right now, but he has got
65.
Time and space on his hands. Averaging just under 105 right now. Burnett.
60. Richie require 36.
And he loves this particular double. He's taken out a mortgage on it.
Leg. Richie Burnett.
A 3-leg lead, and he is averaging nigh on 105, which is 20 points more
Game on.
than his opponent.
It's almost like Richie Burnett's doing his first 2 performances in reverse today, because he kicked off 105 against Andy Davidson, followed up with a 97. He's kick-started today with a 96, and is currently averaging 104.
Yeah, it's really a polished performance this from Burnett. All of the statistics are incredible reading. That average now surpassing 107. He's had a couple of maximums. He's 3 out of 4 on the doubles.
96.
I cannot lavish enough purple pros on Burnett at the moment.
$71.
Maybe the morning pot noodles do work.
85.
Well, nothing has worked so far for Miok. Well, we're waxing lyrical about Burnett. It's worth remembering that Miok here is on the cusp of back-to-back whitewash defeats.
180. Joining the record 140.
Well, he missed the double 16 for this a couple of legs ago. He's not going to get a chance to take it out here, and Burnett's got the opportunity to take Jerome out, but he has left tops after 12 in case this 110 isn't pinned. Triple 18 was the intention. Miok leaving tops after 12, and he's going to get a go at it, but he's going to have to take it.
He's likely to lose the match, but this could be a huge dart. A massive dart for his day.
Game shot,
and he avoids being beaten to 0 for the second straight game.
Where you could see the puff of the cheeks there, the outtake of breath. And that last start at double 5 almost was thrown with the panic of a man that knew that his fate could have been sealed, back-to-back 4-0 defeats, and you just go back into that practice room as a result, and you just feel sluggish.
80.
Well, there's what's been, in truth, the trademark bounce out.
100.
There's the trademark kick. Kung Fu flighting from Richie Burnett.
95.
And he's looking to make the kick towards the finishing line here. And also, this is the other thing that you've got to learn when you play Richie, and Jeroen's just done that there, where Richie is Richie. Jeroen just taking a step back, recomposing, and then hitting a 140. But it is the Welshman, the Prince of Wales, that's got 6 from 220 to get the job done.
140.
His average just under 107. Miok himself has averaged 89.95. It's been a much better performance than game 1, but it looks like it's going to be a similar result to game 1.
Richie Burnett then looking for another win.
Game shot,
And the Prince of Wales remains unbeaten. Richie Burnett in 7th heaven here at the Super Series. He carries on his winning streak on his first visit to the Live Lounge, where he is loving life. Off the stage after a brilliant display, an average of almost 106, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. That amounts to 80%. And he wins it with that 80 checkout, beating Jerome Miok 4-1. 2 from 2 today, 7 from 7 for the week. Miok without a win to his name on Tuesday. Coming next is Richie's closest rival, Andy Davidson, taking on Killian McCormack.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Andy Davidson back in action here at the Super Series, where he has been a superstar since making his debut as an ADC qualifier in the previous series. Went on to win that week, went on to make Champions Week, and then so good he was invited back, and that's exactly the same kind of pathway that Killian McCormack is trying to take. He wants to get out of the way when Davidson's thrown his practice dart, so that one nearly pierced his ear. Although he's got a big beaming smile on his face because he's just beaten Jimmy Van Schie and picked up his first points in Group A this week. Can he now carry on riding that wave and double the tally? If he does, then Richie Burnett is looking streets ahead in this group, already 6 points clear. Can Davidson close the gap?
Every game now for Andy Davidson just takes on that extra little bit of importance. And the thing is, because Killy's got that first win, he's going to draw in that little bit of extra confidence. This could be a really dangerous fixture for the Scot.
60.
But I think he's a player that very quickly has become someone that's just reliable in moments, reliable in terms of winning the games he has to win.
123.
And I think the intriguing thing is when you see a player like Andy, and I know he
48.
played a lot in Scotland and played a fair bit when he was younger, played at UK Opens and the likes of which, but when they burst through like he has done for a second time a few weeks ago, you just wonder where that journey could culminate to.
60.
Do love the style of Andy Davidson. We did last time he was here show you a great slow-mo version of his throw. I still maintain that the action, although at 10 times the speed, is not dissimilar to that of the great Phil Taylor.
174.
And the outcome is not that dissimilar there from his opponent.
55.
Suddenly burst into life, hasn't he, here, Killian?
44.
Well, he sent the quick-fire Scott into a bit of a spin. Double 16
Game
for
shot
14
the
data.
first
Breaker throw.
McCormack.
McCormack 1-0 to the good. He beat Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 1 so far today.
Killian to throw first.
He's played 6
Game.
legs and won 5 of them.
$78. $99.
Potentially life-changing stuff, isn't it, for players like this pair? Career-changing stuff definitely available. Davidson has probably booked himself
94.
several appearances with how good he was in his first. Selectors do sit up and take note of these qualifiers, but who knows where else it may lead. Are we going to be talking about Andy Davidson, PDC professional, within the next couple of years?
We think about the likes of himself, the likes of Tom Sykes, who we've had players in the past make names here, but they've had a reputation before, where these types of players are making their reputation
52.
solely on this and then branching out and growing as a result of it.
$94.
So
Andy
no
McCormack,
need for
170.
Davidson to take out the big fish.
134.
But what he does do is sets it up absolutely perfectly.
Well, this is really the first leg where Davidson switched it on. He had maybe a little bit of a spell in the middle of the game against
138.
Jerome,
Andy
but
McCormack,
he wasn't
36.
exactly firing all cylinders in that 4-0 win.
Game shot
But
the
that
second
14
leg.
dart back
Andy Davidson.
has put himself on the board in this particular contest. Both legs won in 14. Level we are, one
It's Andy
apiece.
to throw first. Game on.
Does seem to be a clamour in our YouTube chat for Adrian Lewis to appear on the Super Series stage. Well, Adrian, even though he's not playing darts at the moment, is still a PDC Tour card holder, which makes him ineligible. They are the only rules. PDC Tour card holders cannot play. Anybody else can, quite literally anybody else. Even Henry Deacon could go to an ADC qualifier, win it, and find himself on the Super Series stage, throwing the darts, not talking about them. As unlikely as it may seem.
140.
Issue is, I don't think anybody would want to watch
40.
What, Henry getting humiliated 5 times a day? I think we'd get record figures.
I do that every day, just sat in a commentary box.
100.
Davidson here looking to fill it up. And he'd be disappointed after the first start not to have not only followed it, but not to have left a finish of any kind.
Killian must be thinking here, Andy's not playing well at all, or well towards his level, that there's an opportunity here for me to really make some headroom, and I have to do it now, because you get the sense that if Andy awakens and Killian doesn't take advantage of this opportunity, Davidson could pick him at the post.
Well, he's left himself on the bull here.
55. And he requires 62.
Find the ball, and so Davidson going to get one in hand. Well, he should have had one in hand, and he's missed the big number.
34.
And so McCormack is going to get a second bite of the cherry.
And you require 25.
Oh, a bit of a messy end to this leg. Double 4. We'll see the leg in the leisure of the Irishman.
Killian
And it's the
McCormack.
third consecutive break at the beginning of this match. 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Killian.
Okay, so double 4 for an 18 dart break and throw is enough for a fist bump.
I think he's quite bemused there because it wasn't him that offered it. He offered his own fist bump there, Killian McCormack. That's a bit strange.
43.
Davidson didn't like it. I mean, he obliged, but then reacted afterwards.
135.
I wonder if Davidson wins this leg, or whether he'll turn around
99.
and offer Killian the fist bump.
Killian should have thought about it there. Dart 3 means that he's now left on a boat, although Davidson is so far back in this leg.
125.
But 166 is a little bit more restrictive in terms of options, in terms of setting things up.
85.
Trouble there with the last dart, leaves himself on 81 after 12.
80. Killian, you require 81.
Right, Killian, I'd advise if you take this out, just keep your hands to yourself, mate. Doesn't take it out.
And he requires 154.
Now this would be worthy of a fist bump. But the 154 isn't going to go, and so McCormack 42 will be the game's first hole and a 3-1 lead.
Chooses double 18.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Hits it.
Killian McCormack.
Keeps himself to himself this time. Davidson grateful for that.
100.
I have to say, though, he's stuck 10 to 12 points on his average for the day from yesterday so far, Killian McCormack. This is a much, much better showing. And
96.
The sort of opposite of what you might expect for a new player, having lost 5 games on day one. He really has bounced back.
Well, how many times do we see it, a player, as you mentioned, like Killian, lose the first 5 games of a group, and then you just think, oh no, it's going to be a long week here.
100.
But when it goes with credit's due, and it says a lot about Killian's mindset, his mentality towards the sport, that he could have a trying day like he did yesterday, but still be able to bounce back.
$121, and he requires 100.
Not over yet, though. All Davidson needs to do is hold here, break, and then hold again.
Doesn't like the lie, but manages to crowbar in a treble towards the bottom right-hand corner of the bed. Davidson looking for the double-double on 72. He's going to eventually have a dart at double 18, which then goes into the double 1.
84.
This, though, for the match. Strays the other side into the treble 11, and so Davidson's going to come back for double 17 here to bring it back to 3-2. 21 left for Killian.
60. And
so 31 left, my apologies.
That's usable. That's more than usable.
Game shot on the 5th leg. And
built his own stairway there.
Sixth player gets Killian to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think Andy Davidson, I don't think he declined a fist bump there from Cillian McCormack. I think what happened was he was so far away from him
180.
He didn't respond, and Cillian maybe just said something. I'm sure it was just
120
in jest, but there is a little bit of a subplot here, and he might have poked the bear there.
Yeah, I think Cillian forgot that Jimmy Van Schie wasn't his opponent.
100.
Well, he certainly is showing his ability on the board, no doubt. Despite some slightly bizarre moments off it. In a standard week it would be bizarre, but Richie Burnett's in this week, so doesn't really even get on the radar, does it, that kind of thing?
Madness is normality on a week like this.
99. Cillian require 100.
Well, both players on a finish after 9. McCormack first poker the 161 to win this contest. It's not going to go, and so Davidson back for 142 to take us all the way.
95. And he require 142.
Not going to happen. So McCormack will get 65. The chance to make it
Cillian
2 wins from 2.
66.
4-1 he beat Jimmy Van Schie. But he doesn't get a dart in this visit, and Davidson may punish.
77.
3-1 down. This would be to take us all the way. Tops is found, and Davidson, who was in a bit of trouble now, a little bit of a let-up emotion, and now the fist bump was in a bit of peril. And Richie Burnett, who may have thought he might have been in easy streets here, could well see his biggest rival to win this group just keep hanging on to his coattails.
Well, that's twice this week that Cillian's been involved in some sort of strange goings on the stage, but on both occasions, everything's been put right straight away.
95.
Just a misunderstanding.
58.
But what is now important, he's getting the game won. If McCormack wins it, he can start thinking about maybe a bid for Group
45.
B. If Davidson wins it, he still will see himself as in the hunt for first place, considering he still has Richie Burnett to play twice this week.
Well, the back marker here is helping Richie Burnett sprint up towards the finishing line potentially here in Group A if McCormack can reel off the win, but Davidson's going to get 6 and 2 for free to seal a victory from 3-1 down.
97.
I mean, he would be 2 from 2. It mean Burnett would be 2 from 2, and it just looks like they are the
121. And he require 146.
pair they'll be jousting out for top honours, and they're the pair to beat in this group. We thought it'd be the case before dart was thrown. It's being magnified even more here. And Davidson has left himself on a double 12 to get the job done.
Yeah, magnificent setup that. And a wonderful turnaround
40.
in this tie.
And he required 24.
Not sure how easy this is. His darts do droop down.
No score.
And that target would have been blocked.
Cillian require 152.
Well, this would be some way to end some contest, but McCormack isn't going to take out the 152. And so Davidson is going to get 3 more darts at double 12 to get over the line.
24.
So a 4-3 win to make it 2 wins on 2 to kickstart the day and to keep himself in contention with Richie Burnett. Well, it was a fun encounter at times. There was a couple of flashpoints in the middle of it. McCormack raced into a 3-1 lead. Davidson wins in a last leg decider. All's well, but ends well. And it ends with a fist bump. 4-3 Davidson. That's the tail of the tape. We're going to take a break. And when we return, Schie McGuirk takes on Jimmy Van Schie. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andy Davidson made it 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his day. Keeps himself 4 points behind Richie Burnett at the top of the table. But we're going to be moving to the middle part of our Group A now, because Van Schie in third takes on McGuirk in fourth. Van Schie could actually open up a 4-point gap to the rest of the bottom three as far as this group is concerned, and put himself in a very good position as far as stretching away a lead in terms of getting Group B later on in the week, and just keep himself interested. 6 points behind Burnett and a couple of points behind Davidson if there was a bit of a slip up by those in front of him. So big game this for JVS, and for McGuirk, having missed a dart to beat Richie Burnett in game one, he's looking to bounce back very quickly.
41.
Yeah, and it's unfamiliar experience this for Shane McGuirk, who has already lost 4 times as many matches as he did in his entire Group A campaign in the last series, when he managed to get 28 points out of a possible 30, record equalling tally.
180.
Cracking max that for McGuirk.
Again.
180.
Better. You all know what we were talking about.
85.
Yeah, because Van Schie didn't hit a maximum in his first game.
Right, another one.
180.
Oh, this is brilliant. He's on a 10 darter.
$83. Jimmy records 16.
Well, what a leg. What a start to this contest. Well, has a look at the scoreboard.
Well, he was so good, wasn't he, that he thought that McGuirk might not be on a finish, but he's on a very makeable one. Missed the double for a 10 dart finish. Luckily, he'll be back.
40.
However, we've already seen today Jimmy having some struggles down on the doubles at the bottom of the board. He had some issues on double 3 in that game against Killian McCormack. There was troubles on the 2s, but he can go up for double 1. Well, suddenly, from having a dart to win it in 10,
72.
he could find himself a leg to nil down, having spurned 6 at the outer ring.
Tops for McGuirk.
52.
Fails to find it, so Van Schie gets
require 4.
dart number 7 at the outer ring. Eight. 9.
Game shot on the first.
Well, it took him as many darts to hit a double as it
Schie.
did to get there in that leg, Jimmy Van Schie, but he does win it and breaks through.
He was on for a 10, and then he won it with dart at double number 9.
Game on.
But Van Schie on the board nonetheless. It doesn't matter how many darts. But you do see sometimes where players race off like Jimmy did in terms of the scoring department. And a couple of misses just come into play, and suddenly you just stall. That adrenaline which is coursing through you when things are going well can just as quickly evaporate from the system.
We're seeing how good the
60
talent pool is in this group, and it makes it all the more remarkable that we've got a player that's won all of his matches in Richie Burnett, who will return after this to take on Killian McCormack
57.
in that grudge match. I jest. The pair did make up. Richie apologised, both privately and publicly, for losing his head, as he put it.
$100.
Yeah, Killian, the first person he's apologised to this week. The second was a speaker to the side of the stage.
140.
No context, Richie Burnett.
Just following some sort of parliamentary procedure, wasn't he? Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
79.
It looks like he could be first past the post as far as this group is concerned.
Well, he'll be getting closer to that post, won't he, if he wins his next game. That is after this one, but right now it's about determining how many can sort of cling to his coattails. Van Schie hoping to do that and recover from his defeat to McCormack.
90.
Yeah, that wasn't what he intended to be throwing at. And the doubles at the bottom of the board really haven't been friendly to him at all, have they, today?
Double 10. Shane's been outplayed
40.
at points, but he's been getting his opportunities, and he's spurned a couple there. And so Van Schie comes back for double 7 to open up a 2-0 lead. And this time he makes no mistake.
Jimmy Van Schie. The leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Two zip to the Dutchman.
100.
Was involved in one of the greatest Saturday shows here at the Super Series when he was involved in a 9-dart shootout, went on to win the week on debut. Tested his microphone by counting in his head.
58.
Well, the thing was about that night for Jimmy was people talk about the 9-dart share, talk about the way he played in the final, but actually the most important facet of his night, he was 3-0 down to Darryl Pilgrim in his first game, but he reeled off a couple of legs, and those couple of legs was enough to get him into a 9-dart shootout, which just shows here at the Super Series, every leg is vital.
And a 9-dart shootout, of course, that saw Pilgrim
75.
eliminated, despite the fact that he hit a 180 in it. If you didn't see that night, it is really worth watching.
58.
All of our live shows are available to watch on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure you are subscribing if you're not. Join the 46,000 now that are
60.
subscribers to our channel.
160.
Plenty of excellent content aside from the live action. Daily highlights, fun challenges, and all
100.
absolutely free. And if the adverts in play are annoying you, YouTube Premium is available for a small fee.
171. Change requires 60.
It's amazing how much darts you can watch on your TV, isn't it? Double 10.
Game shot on the
Well,
third
the setup
leg.
shot from Van
Shane
Schie
McGuirk.
didn't bother McGuirk. 171 rendered irrelevant.
Fourth leg is Jimmy to throw first.
You bet if he missed that double 10, there would have been one chance too many that McGuirk has
100.
spurned. He's had the chance to win every single leg in this particular contest so far.
$80. $60. $43.
Perfect first start. And second.
125.
But he shows us where he wanted the third to go and how he wanted it to get there.
41.
6 starts here for 3-1 lead for Van Schie.
60. $140.
156 for 3-1. Oh,
Game
sensational.
shot the fourth leg.
That speed as well from
Jimmy
Van Schie.
Schie.
Didn't mess around there.
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw
Quick
first.
fire brilliance
Game
from
on.
the Dutch Sequoia. He moves 3-1 to the good. Good performance this from Van Schie. He's just under 90.
85.
That's despite Missing 10 darts at a double in this contest. I was on for that 10 darter in leg 1.
85.
In patches, he really is switching it on, but it's just finding it on that consistent scale.
Well, that's a shame McGuirk this week isn't panning out as he would have hoped. We're about
85.
the halfway stage of this group, and he's going to be occupying a Group C position.
100.
And it is never, ever a certainty. Even if you're one of the big names that ends up dropping into Group
100.
C. Such a tough group, that, isn't it?
Well, you look at the amount of players that have gone on to win the weeks from Group C now. Andreas Hammerson, one of the last champions week from Group C. Rhiannon O'Sullivan doing the same in Women's Week. And Richard Rowland's straight out the gate of Group C. It's not just the consignment to the sin bin that it once had the assumption it was. That's the third max of the game for Van Schie, and it leaves himself on double 18 after 12 to sweep this game 4-1.
130.
Well, hit it at the end of the 156 combo. Can he hit it to complete a very, very good showing? He can. Van Schie is successful against Shane McGuirk. He wins 4-1 with a very, very decent display. An average of 92.19. The highlight was that blockbuster 156 checker. That was enormous from the Dutch giant, who's happy with his work in that match. He maybe wasn't as sharp on the doubles, but most of those were missed in the first leg, which could have been a 10 darter. Seals it with a 14 darter and just keeps himself interested towards the top end of the table. But the man right at the peak of the pile is Richie Burnett, still unbeaten. He takes on Killian McCormack after this. So, half a dozen darting duels completed here at the Modus Super Series on Tuesday, and the two that have won to Andy Davidson, and the top of the table, Richie Burnett. Killian McCormack got his first win, beating Jimmy Van Schie 4-1, and then Van Schie managed to get victory over Shane McGuirk, who's lost both of his games. And Burnett remains unbeaten and obviously top of the table with 7 from 7. Davidson closest to him. Van Schie occupying third place. It looks like a bit of a split now with McGuirk, Miok and McCormack all in the current Group C bound positions. Well, this meeting sees top take on bottom, but McCormack came as close as anybody to beating Burnett yesterday. In fact, missed 3 darts to do so against the Welshman. But a win here, and halfway through the group, Henry, we're maybe starting to pencil Richie Burnett's name into finals night, and he will be left to his own devices wandering around Portsmouth for a couple of days.
Andy Davidson, you need to do something right now. But yeah, you get the sense that for Richie, if he just carries on doing his own business, he's going to get over the line. But it makes game 15 when Burnett takes on Davidson have that extra bit of significance. You get
game on.
The belief and the sense and the feeling that Davidson's going to have to go through the card today to keep tabs with Burnett, who just continues to pick apart the opponents. As for McCormack, though,
85.
1-1 lost one today, but the signs have been far more positive than they were yesterday. Good performances out the bat in his first 2 matches, beating Jimmy Van Schie of a 90 average, 4-1, and then in defeat to Davidson, where he'd spurned a 3-1 lead, average just under 89, 3 from 7 and 4 from 9 on the doubles in his matches respectively. So he's playing at a level which is attainable, but to beat Burnett, the way he's playing today, you sense he's going to have to put a few more points on there. So far today, for the Prince of Wales, averages of 96 and 105 to kickstart proceedings.
We mentioned that McCormack gave him a real good game yesterday, 100. But he's shown today that he might force Richie to produce the kind of stuff he did in the previous match.
123.
And it's all facets as well, where Richie's been playing well today. 8 out of 13 on the doubles so far for the day.
100.
What a last start that is, but it doesn't really help him at the moment. McCormack looking good to hold on to his throat.
84.
But these have been the points in legs where Burnett's played his best stuff. It's almost like when he gets to this stage, the ultra focus just switches on.
140.
A hop, a skip, a 140.
110.
And now McCormack's throw is under severe pressure.
And that's what he does. Back end of legs. A big score to leave a
76.
makeable finish. And so when he does take it out, he was 4 from 5 in his previous match, Richie Burnett. Well, he can still do this. May need a bailout on the bull.
51. Killian McCormack, 52.
He's unable to provide, and so McCormack back for the 52 to take out the opening leg. 2 in hand, a double 16. Only needs the 1. 1-0 to McCormack.
Killian McCormack. Second leg, it's Richie.
There was that little exchange in the match yesterday between this pair when Burnett took umbrage to McCormack celebrating maximums. He tried not to say anything. If you watch it back, it took him a while to turn around, but he just couldn't let it go. The pair did make up after the game, and Burnett offered his apologies. Felt like something and nothing really at the time.
55.
But it may have been enough to have put Killian off is a strong way of putting it, but just distracted him a little bit at a crucial time.
100.
Well, the thing is, because Killian's inexperienced in this particular format, and when you play a maverick-type player like Richie, particularly on a stage like this, it holds a completely different dynamic that even some experienced campaigners can't get used to. It is just something that's just completely different to probably what is the norm where he plays in the pubs and clubs of Ireland.
26.
Maybe a little opening here for McCormack. Probably need another.
81.
Doesn't get it, so Burnett still in control just about of leg 2. He started getting annoyed with those low darts yesterday. Don't know why, when you can just switch like that.
96.
He's very much that old school, isn't he, where if there is an opportunity to stay at the top of the board, he will stay there.
42.
And he's going to get
Richie
6 here.
require 145.
From this 145 to square the contest up. He's going to need the full quota. Hoping to leave himself
44.
on a 2-darter. Unable to do so. Leaves himself on one of his biggest out of the week. 101.
$100. Richie require 101.
So this to square the contest up. And McCormack has left himself on a 2-darter. He's going to stay there. The treble leaves Old Faithful. Finds
Game
it
shot in the
for his second 101 out of the
Richie
week.
Burnett.
And to square this contest up.
That gets Killian to throw first.
A great
Game.
recovery following the first dart slipping into the single 5. And Burnett, who could have been in a spot of bother there, levels this match up.
This is the first of the
100.
third round of fixtures. Following it, Jerome Miok still looking for his first win of the day, but the good news for him is so is his opponent, Schie McGuirk. And then Van Schie against Davidson will determine whether or not
140.
Davidson gets a little bit closer to Burnett, whatever the outcome of this match, or if Van Schie can put himself in the picture to try and catch Richie come the end of tomorrow.
You get the sense that
96.
outside of the game against Richie itself, Ferrando, that match against Van Schie could possibly be the most likely game where he could be undone.
I think we're going to see how many runners there are, because for the rest of the day, they've got to play each other, Davidson and Van Schie, and they've both got to play Burnett as well.
And so it's a possibility that if Richie loses both of those games, we could be none the wiser. It could be a case of either Burnett goes clear or it still could be a 3-horse race.
And he's not certain to win this one, is he? We saw McCormack miss darts against him yesterday, and the Irishman has upped his game today. So things can change quickly at the Super Series.
137.
Just ask Conor Heenahan, who in Series 1 blew a 4-point lead at the end of Tuesday on the Wednesday. I mean, he didn't do too bad the 2 days after because he hit a 9-darter.
129.
Here's for a 2-1 lead. Double 20 and ball. Bullseye. Right on point, right on cue. That is superb from Richie Burnett. And the furnace is burning brightly for the Welshman. He leads 2-1 with a couple of ton plus checkouts.
Game on.
Yeah, it's a sensational shot. What timing once again, with McCormack waiting on 60, ready to lead himself. Burnett breaks a throw.
100.
Just will not be reeled in, will he? He wants to get it won nice and early, this group.
I know we sound like a broken record when we say it, but once again,
60.
The timing of the situation for Burnett, the timing of the big finishes. That was a 12-darter as well, with his opponent sat on 60 after the same number.
180.
He's having to grab it himself because his opponent is playing some good stuff.
Well, you got a good look at how good McCormack could be
55.
yesterday. Missed those 3 darts to beat him. He would have seen that he's been even better today, but the thing is, so has Richie. He's managed to improve based on what we've seen in this game and the last. He did start to tail off as the day went on yesterday. I wonder if that's something he's worked on.
100.
He's left himself 1-2-1 after 9. Could hit a second consecutive 12 dart leg. Could be a third consecutive ton plus out. And if he does that, he could very much be on for a second consecutive ton plus average.
Require 121.
Doesn't have to go for it, won't go for it.
43.
And disappointing at the last dart, didn't quite find its desired target. Still in a very good space and still
100.
Another 6.
Richie requires
to get the
78.
job done. It's one-way traffic as far as this leg is concerned for Richie Burnett, and McCormack's just come off the boil a little bit, and Burnett's missed the big number.
38.
That's where having time on your side does come to your aid, does come to advantage. But that time which he's had is evaporating very quickly.
Richie require 40.
Because McCormack is just sneaking in behind. But Burnett will not let him have the chance to pinch the leg. 3-1, the Welshman leads. One more away from making it 8 wins from 8.
The flag, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
Well, Mr. Speaker is interrupting Richie Burnett's morning stretch once again there.
66.
Has he found his stage here, Richie Burnett? It's been a long, long time playing top-level professional darts, and for a man who, 30 years ago was arguably the best player in the world, it's a long time to not be a dominant force, and maybe sometimes that little step into a different setting, different opponents, can help you rediscover that winning feeling. That's what he's doing here.
And that was the momentum that he built back in Southampton.
140.
And if you remember that when Richie moved over to, won his tour card, shall I say, towards a better phrase, a lot of people were saying that ahead of the first World Seniors Championship, he would be the favourite to win it, such as the form he was in, particularly in Southampton.
$83.
McCormack still will and should feel that he can get back into this game. But if he doesn't do it quickly, then that chance may disappear.
125.
And Burnett just having a word with himself in the background. So far in this leg, he's elbowed a speaker,
41.
kicked a couple of flies, then had a massive conversation with himself.
Yeah, we need a triple split screen, don't we, for matches involving Richie Burnett, one that's just showing him all the time. But this game may go on a little longer yet.
However, McCormack is going to be under the utmost pressure here. And this 6 is going to have to go because Burnett is sat on a double to win this contest. Can't miss. Does miss.
50.
And Burnett is back for his 8th straight win.
Richie require 40.
Well, in a good group, this is some feat, but Richie Burnett is some player. Wrong bed.
25.
Another opportunity for McCormack.
Killian, you require 10.
I think we know what Richie felt about that. But the good news is he's got the opportunity to right that particular wrong.
Richie
touching the Burnett's from McCormack there with his reaction as well. It's catching. Chooses double six. Steady on, steady on. And there it is.
Shot on the match.
That was a slow, painful
Richie
killing in the
Burnett.
end, wasn't it, for Killian? As Burnett finally crossed the line. All smiles today, but it's again a win for Burnett. And he just keeps winning, doesn't he? That's 8 now in a row. And what a start to life at the Super Series for him. 4 out of 10 on the doubles, a 1-2-9. Tide turner in there from Burnett as well when Killian was waiting on 60. That was a springboard for the 4-1 win. And Burnett looks untouchable at the top of the table. Now attention turns to 2 players looking for their first wins today when Jerome Miok meets Schie McGuirk.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richie Burnett made it 8 wins from 8 in Group A, getting the better of Kieran McCormack by 4 legs to 1, averaging 89.64. Couple of ton plus checkouts in there, 4 from 10 on the outer ring, all told. And our 8th game of the day sees Schie McGuirk go up against Jerome Miok. And as far as this pair is concerned, they're looking for their first win of the session. For Jerome, well, he's had one good, one bad. Average 91 in that defeat to Richie Burnett, who averaged 105, and then had a bit of a slow start against Andy Davidson. As far as Schie McGuirk is concerned, had a dart to beat Richie Burnett, but then would go on to lose 4-3 before then losing 4-1 to Jimmy Van Schie. So somebody's O in the other sense today has got to go.
82.
Yeah, both players who will have had group winning intentions. I mean, every player will have that, but really would have felt that it's there for the taking when they started the week. Now have had to revise their ambitions. Not just because they haven't maybe amassed as many points as they would have hoped, but because one player has amassed maximum points in Richie Burnett.
First things first, looks like a little bit of a change up in terms of the stem and flight combo for Shane.
$59.
We do appreciate all of your engagement in the chat. Keep it friendly, please. Keep it respectful. A couple of people complaining about adverts. Now, if you get something for free, you might wonder why you get it for free. If you do want to avoid adverts, YouTube do have a service called Premium, which if you pay for that, then you won't get adverts during play. Unfortunately, nothing we can do about it.
97.
Although, if you do fancy more adverts, then do let us know.
And you can, of course,
44.
watch the content back so you can rewind and see anything you may have missed. It remains on our YouTube channel forever.
56.
Permanent and free. And still people aren't happy, Henry.
Perfect setup that by McGuirk, but that may well be in vain. Well, that's 12 scored. So he's going to get a dart at tops. Cannot
50.
find it, so McGuirk is going to get that break chance. That maximum visit wasn't in vain after all. And he'll pin the double 16 to break the throw and lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Becoming hard work for the Dutchman. Who, when he won this week, had that
60.
kind of awkward moment that every player who plays week 12 has, is in for what's going to be the situation the week after as he pins the maximum. But he won on Saturday night. He won the Saturday night in week 12 and then had to play the Group A on the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So basically he spent the whole of Sunday stuck in England looking to find a hotel.
100.
Just hasn't had the rub of the green, has he? Even when he produces his best visit, McGuirk hits back in kind.
29.
Had a Group A campaign when he won a group featuring Luke Littler, didn't he, Jerome Miok? In fact, beat him on all 3 occasions.
The only player to have beaten Luke Littler in that particular group. That was a very weak Group A because the only player to have beaten Littler was Miok, and then the only player to beat Miok was Steve West.
What a group to win, though. It just shows the quality that he possesses. Maybe he can show it here.
The right play, didn't have to
65.
Chase it down, and so leave himself on a 2-darter after 12 to level this game up at 1 apiece and get that break back which he lost in the opener.
$83. Drone required 56.
Two tens.
46.
Miok misses.
Shane, you require 102.
And so McGuirk, who's already had a 116 today, and will go the 14 route to kick start.
54. Drone required 10.
Back for double 5 to level this contest up 1-1.
Jerome Miok.
Well, he's been good on double 5 so far this week, Jerome, but I'm not sure that's really a compliment that he'd want us to pay, because it's meant that he has missed doubles there before. The breakdown of tops and tens not coming to his aid, but double 5 has been a thankful friend.
140.
I think we're seeing a couple of players that are just trying to find a spark here. Maybe the right match for whoever wins it in the middle of the group, just to change the direction.
100.
And I think it's fair to say you watch this contest so far and it does look hard work for the pair of them.
83.
Yeah, a lot of loose starts in it.
$55. $130.
So, McGuirk looking to set up on the 206. Miok 152 to lead 2-1.
100. You only require 152. $44. You only require 106.
Triple 18 for double 16 for the 106. Miok looks on in the background. He expected it to go, and it duly did. And McGuirk arrows in the 106 to move 2-1 to the good.
Shane to throw first.
Well, Benny in the chat saying that McGuirk is playing nowhere near his top level this week so far. That is true, certainly, but maybe he's starting to show it there. And someone else saying McGuirk will lose every match. That's Shane McGuirk, winner of 2 matches so far.
$96.
You did refer to it just a leg ago, Henry, as hard work, but it's looking now hard work for one player.
95.
The other is starting to find his feet.
Most certainly. And you talk about Shane McGuirk, and you talk about what he's done here at the Super Series. You could probably begin to put him in the category alongside Robert Thornton as to best players to have never won a week here.
Look at this. Silky smooth from Shane all of a sudden. And Miok's getting left behind. And he's having a pretty poor day. Yesterday he had all that trouble with bounce out. Seems to have rectified that. Looks like the points are sharpened today and roughed up. But I could be very cheeky and say that he was playing better with 2 darts than he is with 3.
Yeah, that was cheeky. But this is magnificent.
140.
But it may be irrelevant if McGuirk can back up the 106 or a 109.
He's really, really turned it on, hasn't he?
73.
That one clips the wire.
141.
Miok will have to take this out, and there's been no signs of him doing such a thing.
84. Shane McGuirk 36.
So, double 18 to move 3-1 to the good. 2 9s. The ooh, the sigh.
28. Shane McGuirk
And
57.
it could well be met with more anguish if Miok can find a dart at tops. 2 10s.
Game shot on the 4th.
And level we are at 2
Jerome
apiece.
Miok.
And you know what we were mentioning a second or two ago about this game being hard work? Well, now it's McGuirk who finds himself in the hole somewhat.
Let that slip.
59.
Sometimes when you're not enjoying that winning feeling too regularly, it can be difficult to cross the line. McGuirk seemed to be holding all the
97.
aces.
$140.
I think it's fair to say that this week has been below the very high expectations that we've set of the pair.
97.
The only player that has lived up to expectations, I'd say, so far is Richie Burnett. Maybe even exceeded them, although
56.
the bookies had him as a firm favourite, and he's proven them right.
The interesting thing is just watching Jeroen in the background, just some of the mannerisms that he's giving off. The vibe ain't good right now.
Just looks slightly less confident than when he arrived yesterday, doesn't he?
125.
Quite an expressive player, and just doesn't look as at home as
64.
not just yesterday, but previous visits here.
121.
Well, it's like the walls that he built up have been broken down very quickly indeed. And And he could be broken again if McGuirk can find the 150.
150.
Well, last week players were going for 3 balls, left, right and centre. There was never a chance of McGuirk doing that. Maybe had he won all his games like he had at this stage last time he played in this group, he might have. But this is to lead. And hitting doubles and winning matches can change feelings.
18.
But he's not doing that.
Shane requires 61.
And so McGuirk has got the opportunity to have the darts to win this particular match. 61. Went for the 25 to leave himself on double 18. He's not going to go for the bullseye with 50 left and 2 darts in hand. Maybe he should have.
24.
Definitely should have.
Jerome requires 6. Game shot
Straight in. Shake of the head. Neither player really happy in this game. Even with victory now, you're starting to get the sense it won't change anything mentally for the pair. Biggest match of the day does still seem to be that closing contest between Davidson and Burnett. That'll tell us whether or not we're going to have a Group A title race tomorrow, it seems.
What do they say about saving the best till last?
100.
That aside from the football, of course, tonight. I'm sure many of you will be watching that.
Big game that between Denmark and Serbia.
I'm sure
32.
you could give us a full preview, Henry, but I won't subject the viewers to it.
100. $96.
Don't want my opinions. You know what happens when you're sat with microphones in hand and you give your opinions, it goes all over the papers and into press conferences. We don't need any of that.
Yeah, but England have been. Schie McGuirk, it's a 140 there.
$57. Shane require 112.
Can he hit a 112 to force a last leg shootout? Don't want such drama tonight.
$37.
But as we know, it doesn't matter what you do in the groups as long as you do well in the knockouts here at the Modus Super Series. And McGuirk will be thinking, well, both players will be thinking, whatever's happening today, they're going to have to regroup tomorrow. And we're saying that in the middle portion of the session.
27. Shane requires 75.
For parity. Well, 9 off that leaves 66, so he may have to utilise a bullseye here. Can't get near it, and an opening for Miok, but surely he's not going to win it with this, having not threatened anything like it. He won't.
100.
So McGuirk has got an opportunity to take us all the way. He's already been involved in the last leg decider today, but he may not be involved in one here because he's spurned an opportunity and Miok is back for the match. And now he's missing big numbers. He's only going to get one at tops. But he only needs one at tops, and despite the block bed, Miok gets over the line. He gets the better of Schie McGuirk by 4 legs to 2 to get his first win of the day. Both players shake their head as they depart the stage. Miok a 4-2 victor. That's how the game panned out from a statistical viewpoint. We're going to take a break. When we return, Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson are going to round off the 3rd round of fixtures.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double four for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Schie and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are going to see a battle between the best of the rest, really, in this group. Richie Burnett has been the runaway leader, brilliant on his first visit to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, but Andy Davidson and Jimmy Van Schie hoping to threaten his dominance. First of all, got to deal with each other. Jimmy Van Schie talking down to the referee Owen Binks at the moment. Andy Davidson doesn't get involved in the conversation. Not sure what all that's about, but it seems very friendly. I think he's hit a 180 and he wants Owen Binks to call it in the practice starts. That's not quite how it works, but Owen will get the game underway, and myself and Henry will talk you through it.
First leg, it's Jimmy.
Well, that's the first time. Well, that's rather friendly.
Game on.
Well, that's the first time ever that Owen Binks has been told, "Call me later."
$58.
I think Owen Binks has suffered a couple of voice cracks, and that's what Jimmy was ribbing him about. Here we go.
180.
Perfectly called from the master referee. Notice you're not commenting on voice cracks, Henry.
My expert Phil Murph, you know that.
134.
129 will be the shot for Van Schie when he comes back, having had that 180. Really did look good, didn't he, in his previous game against Shane McGuirk. Does he fancy it? He did.
98.
But they're nowhere near it.
Has Jimmy Van Schie sped up today? He seems a lot quicker than I can remember him playing before.
Jimmy required 31.
The pace has been incredible. But we saw this in his last game where he got off to a quick start in more ways than one. Was on for a 10-darter in his previous match and then stalled towards the finishing post in the leg. And he's hoping it's not going to be a case of rinse and repeat here.
8.
He's making Andy Davidson look like Matt Clark at the moment. And he had a lot of trouble in these departments, didn't he, Jimmy Van Schie? And again, he's bothered at the bottom.
And he require 117.
But Davidson not going to take out the 117, and so Van Schie is going to get another poke. But this time, he's going to have to take. And it
Game
goes,
shown
1-0
the
Van
first
Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie. Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. $99. $60.
And every single time that Davidson's going to be in a
26.
position like this today, we look over to the in-play table because it will look better and better for Richie Burnett. Van
100.
Schie wins this, he'd go level on points with Davidson on 10, and Burnett would have a 6-point buffer at the top. Granted, the caveat is Burnett has still
42.
got to play both Van Schie and Davidson in the last two, so that could be whittled away and we could have a 3-horse race. But currently, all the cards are being played
100.
right into the hands of Burnett here.
I know you're a Super Series Anorak, Henry. What
29.
is the earliest you can remember somebody winning a Group A mathematically?
It's never been won on a Tuesday. It's been won a
100.
couple of times in the first round of Wednesday where players had a 8-point lead overnight.
100.
I think
Can he require 141?
Alex Spellman won it game 1 on a Wednesday. I think he won 28 points out of 30, and the only player
37.
to have stopped him from winning was Jared Cole, but it's fair to say Alex had an off game that day.
134.
So the last man to a 9 darter on the stage, though we have had
Jimmy require 84.
some threats since then, including, of course, Andreas Harrison, rather uncharacteristically, trying to complete one with 3 bullseyes last week. Double 18, the target for
Game
Van
shot
Schie,
the
who doubles
second
his
leg.
lead, and he really
Jimmy
has
Van
upped his
Schie.
game over the last couple of matches here. The speed has been successful.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Davidson in a bit of trouble here. Hasn't really played to the level that we've come to expect of him so far today, but in his first 2 matches
99.
has been able to get away with it. But Van Schie is playing at a slightly better level than his opponents were
45.
in those games.
$58. $55. $60. $82.
Well, this game just reaching a little bit of a measurement. Players have just completely fallen off in this leg.
Neither are in.
41.
I think there was a bit of stubborn determination there that was borderline foolishness from Van Schie, having blocked that target.
76.
Get a few reactions here. He knows that the good level he was showing has just disappeared.
40.
Well, the thing is, both players have allowed each other opportunities in this leg, and they haven't been able, the pair until there, to pounce upon it. And a rueful shake of the head from Van Schie, because he expected at some point Davidson to punish. He has there,
54,
and he has
and he
left
required
himself
36.
double 18 on the back of the 177.
Even though that was a distance away, it might
No
not be
score.
very, very good for him. That particular spot on the board
120.
wouldn't have helped. This could go. This really could go. Having to craft it, moving around the hockey.
100. And he required 36.
Misses the dart at tops to move 3-0 to the good. How awkward is that?
Game
It's
shot in the
okay.
third leg.
Davidson breaks
Andy
back to
Davidson.
2-1, and back on throw this game goes.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Nice bit of camaraderie between the pair.
Nothing nicer to hear in the middle of the match of darts than the opponent saying, well, I'm playing bad, but I'm playing bad too. It's okay. It's like any game I play.
Well, anyone who's played any game competitively is really annoying, isn't it? When you are sort of winning a match or even losing a match, but your opponent's constantly telling you how bad they're playing. It just makes you feel like nothing. Meaningless. Pointless.
Well, it was awful when Phil Taylor was doing it.
43.
So 2 rounds of fixtures to come after this. Jerome Miok taking on Killian McCormack in the next game. That's towards the foot of the table. Then Van Schie takes on Burnett in a standout tie. McGuirk against Davidson. Van Schie ends his day against Miok. McCormack, McGuirk. And then the final match of the day, Andy Davidson against Richie Burnett. And a win here for Van Schie would play right into the hands of Richie.
140, and it required 24.
Double 12. Again, another wild dart double, but this time on the inside causes more problems. And now he's bust it. And now Van Schie could come back for the breaking 3-1.
He knows the significance of this moment. Could be pivotal. It's 1 dart at tops. And he nails it. Took his time over that one, and it paid off. 3-1 and throwing for the match.
As Van Schie nails the dart at tops, could that be a nail in the coffin of Andy Davidson? Had the opportunity to square the game back up at 2 apiece on 2-0 down. Van Schie re-establishes that 2-leg buffer, and if he wins here, then he can see Richie Burnett just beginning to motor away. Davidson stuck in 5th gear, and then he's seen Jimmy Van Schie overtake him.
Yeah, if he does win this leg, he would replace
140.
Andy in 2nd place in the league table.
100.
And Burnett would have that 6-point gap.
140.
That could become 8, could become 10. If he beats both players and they lose their other game.
59.
Well, then we would be looking at potentially a first match Wednesday winning of the group.
65.
Particularly if the draw order goes to plan as well, as Van Schie leaves himself on 96 for the match and to complete a 4-1 victory.
96.
And for Andy Davidson, this could be a vital blow to his chances of winning the group. He's going to come back.
42.
He's going to come back with a single to double combo upon his return.
85. Jimmy
So to make it back-to-back 4-1 wins. Well, that going that way for him, I'm not sure how clever it is. Felt that he might have blocked that target, but here's a clear one. And it's a clear win for Jimmy Van Schie against Andy Davidson. Well, the handshake is a prolonged one, but the victory was a quick one for Van Schie. A 4-1 success over the Scotsman. And in getting that win, he has replaced him in 2nd in the table. The standard not quite up to scratch in terms of being competitive right at the top of the group. Plenty of missed doubles between them, and it actually is a win, a result that favours Richie Burnett, who now is 6 points clear before he plays Van Schie in a couple of games' time. But next up, Jerome Miok takes on Killian McCormack.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, Andy Davidson lost out 4-1 to Jimmy Van Schie, which has opened up the door for Richie Burnett. He's won every single match today, like he did yesterday, and now he stretches away at the top of the group. 6 points is his lead at the top of the table from both Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson on 10 points in second and third respectively. It feels like mini leagues are being built up within the table, with Burnett stretching away at the top, Van Schie and Davidson in second and third, with a 4-point cushion from Miok, who's fourth in this particular table. Things are beginning to stretch away very quickly, and so for Jerome and Killian, this is a big match. If Miok can win this one, he'll move on to 8 points in the group, a couple behind Van Schie and Davidson, and Van Schie has Burnett to play. Davidson's got McGuirk to play. And there's a possibility that if results go in a certain direction, Burnett could breeze himself 8 points clear at the top of the group. And the real battle will be a 4-way in terms of who gets Group B.
So then, will we see Miok build on that win against McGuirk? I have to say, the way that the match was, when it didn't look like it was filling in with confidence during it, and this might be an opportunity for McCormack to add to his points tally after that opening win today.
But what does the power of a win hold for someone like John? Because we've seen it before where players struggle, and the first game they win may not be great. It could be a bit scrappy at times, but they get that first win, and it just builds a bit more confidence to then improve their level of performance thereafter. I think this could well be the biggest game of Jerome's week so far. If he can win this one, it'll just get him back on the horse and will make him feel like he's still in the swing of things, where if he loses this one, he may just feel like he's just floating in the middle of the ocean, but without a paddle to sail his way back.
100.
Don't forget, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series via our social media handles. You can see at the bottom of your screen there, Instagram, X, Facebook, at MSS Darts. Plenty of content available on there, as well as the YouTube channel, which if you subscribe, you can be a part of the chat room and get directly in contact with us here in the commentary box.
120.
And on top of that, you'll get notified as to when our bonus content is going to be released. And there's plenty of fun stuff on there. Classic matches, including the likes of Luke Littler, just to name a couple of big names that have been involved in, done some great stuff, as well as the Bullseye Challenges and all of the rest of our great action that we bring to you here at the Super Series. Miok cleaving himself 94 after 12 to take out this opening leg on throw. It's been a much improved opening leg from the Dutchman.
100. Junior McGuirk 94.
We're going to take out the 94, 54. So what can McCormack do with a 76? 16 and tops. And that would have been to have taken that first leg from under the nose of Jerome, who is going to come back for the target that Killian's just missed. Now up for double 5.
35.
He has recovered so well on that double this week, but is unable to do so on this occasion. And so McCormack to win a leg that in terms of the scoring stakes, he was nowhere near in.
Game shown the first.
And he does it. Break a throw as well in the opener.
So like it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
It's about the point in the week, isn't it, where players do start to get a sense of where they're going to end up Thursday and Friday. And I think we're starting to learn that really early here. It looks like Miok, McGuirk and McCormack all heading for Group C. Davidson and Van Schie heading for Group B. And Richie Burnett, who knows where he'll end up. 2 days off.
89.
Probably on the Isle of Wight.
have we got somebody that can supervise him at all times?
121.
I might have 2 days off myself and sticking him in the comms box.
80.
Currently finds last-minute holiday plans. To be honest, we wouldn't be showing the darts. We'd just be showing comms cam all day.
Well, he's in action next. He's got a big game.
96.
Before we do start assuming that he will make it through, he has got the 2 players chasing him, 2 players closest to him in his last 2 games. Van Schie next, and Van Schie has got a bit of a spring in his step at the
43.
moment.
But Richie will be thinking, just if I can get these 2 jobs done, then the task is almost complete.
57.
There is the potential that he could mathematically end up the day just 1 win away.
There's also the possibility that Richie Burnett could be 10 points clear with only 10 points left to play for.
Killing require 150.
Yeah, so would just need that first match victory. On the other side, he could be 2 points clear. So we will learn a lot over the next couple of hours.
86.
One thing I do know for certain is that Charlie Large, Mark Dudbridge and Rhys Colley, who are joining Group B,
43.
will be wanting Richie Burnett to win this group.
Tops for 2-0. Foul for McCormack. Well, there is an irony that Richie Burnett could play a player this week who's called Chaos.
They'll against your own to
There's an irony that Jimmy Van Schie could play one called Large.
$140.
Miok needs to regroup. Killian McCormack taking full advantage at the moment, and full credit to him for it. The hat stand.
120.
And this is completely out of character of his own, because if you remember his runs that he had in Series 4, he played Week 12, Week 13 and won both Group A's.
43.
He's the only person that's done 2 weeks' worth of work and then only had to turn up for half of them.
He's got his work cut out this week, that's for sure. And he's got his work cut out in this match because McCormack is looking like getting it won 4-0 at the moment.
96.
He's got a chance here to break for a second time.
$60.
And the thing is with Jerome is there's points where you think maybe he's beginning to turn the corner and then he just regresses back to type.
58.
He has left himself a finish of 164, but McCormack will be thinking 6 darts from here to get the double break and to lead
81.
3-0. He's left himself on the square ton.
64.
Well, that's not far away, but it's far enough.
56.
Killian
require 100.
can clean up a ton.
Trouble 15. Gives himself a dart at tops. A great recovery following dart 1. McCormack gets the double break to lead 3-0. And for Jerome Miok, that pained expression at the back of the stage sums up his day, sums up his week so far.
And it's becoming an all too familiar face
100.
from Miok.
$58. $70.
Burnett Van Schie coming next, as we mentioned. What point, Henry, do we start talking about the possibility of Burnett being the first to complete a Group A card?
Usually you'd say around this time, but because of the difficulty of
60.
his last 2 games today, I reckon he gets past his last 2 challengers, we can talk about it.
180.
Well, quite a few players, haven't we, win all the games on the first 2 days and then not managed to cross the line on the last.
One of them, Schie McGuirk. Now, interestingly, our friend and commentary colleague Scott
78.
Mitchell was involved in a similar situation where he raced away with a Group A. And he said the biggest task actually for the 2 days off is trying to keep yourself in that mode, that feel, that form for the Saturday night.
Just amazing you said Scott Mitchell raced away with anything. But Killian McCormack has raced away with this match. An emphatic victory, a fantastic victory for the Irishman. It was good value for it. Don't think that it's just because Miok was below par in that game, because look at those numbers from McCormack. 93.94 for the 4-0 win, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including that lovely 100 checkout, which he rescued a stray first dart to complete. But now attention does turn to the man at the top of the table, the unbeaten Richie Burnett, back in action. Is Jimmy Van Schie going to be the man to stop him?
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
looking very likely, if you manage to make it down to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on Saturday night, you'll have an audience with Richie Burnett, because he is edging closer and closer to being the first through to finals night. A win here would open the gap at the top of the table to 8 points ahead of the man he's playing, Jimmy Van Schie, and Andy Davidson, who he still has to play. These are big, big moments now for Richie Burnett's bid to win this group. Hasn't lost a game so far, winning all 8. But these are the 2 players that maybe, just maybe, have the best chance of stopping him.
Yeah, you could have an audience with the Prince of Wales. He looks to coronate himself the king of the Super Series stage. He takes on Jimmy Van Schie, who's basically as big as the Super Series stage, the Dutch Sequoia. Well, Burnett playing in his 9th game. He's won each of the previous 8.
100.
If he beats Van Schie, he will temporarily open up an 8-point lead with Davidson to take on McGuirk in the next.
30.
Well, things could get very interesting for Jimmy here, because if he wins this game against Richie, he's got Miok in the last. There's a possibility that he could be 4 points behind Richie overnight, depending on how Andy Davidson does against Richie Burnett, or 6 points behind overnight. He may just keep himself on the outside, but boy, would he have work to do tomorrow.
100.
Strong enough start from Burnett. A ton followed by a ton 40. Great correction there.
21. $58. Richie require
Burnett's got time to take out this opening leg. And Schie, uncharacteristic for him today, has begun a match slow out the traps. Because in his previous 2 games, he came out the traps like a greyhound.
78. $100.
So for the opening leg,
Richie
with
requires
apparent
62.
ease.
Tops to take out leg 1, just dips below, and so Van Schie is just going to have to hope, pray, and hit big. Jams 1 in the middle, but he could be stuck in a bit of a log jam here if Burnett can take out leg 1.
Been nothing wrong with his doubling so far over the last couple of days. And they could not be any closer.
10.
Nor could that. He can't believe it. He'll go for a forensic inspection before retrieving his darts, but he might
Jimmy
be throwing his next darts
13.
at trebles.
Well, he's quite literally taken aback. He wonders what's going on.
Well, this is still on. Oh, what a dart that is. He's used the bad dart to produce a good one. And to get a go, a double 19.
75. Richie require 10.
Again, the bottom of the board, problematic for Van Schie. Burnett may be relieved,
Game shot in the first leg.
having hit the double
Richie Burnett.
and taken the leg. Should have been easier, should have been without drama. But as he has managed to do all week, he's won it.
60.
Is it fair to say that the story of Van Schie's day has been a little bit on at times and a little bit off at times?
Yeah, but I think that was the case in the last match, and even though he was off at times, he still managed to win it 4-1. That speed seems to have tempered out again a little bit. I don't know if that was an experiment, but he was firing him in really rapidly in his last couple of games. It's become a little bit more methodical again, almost matching the pace of his opponents, isn't he, Jimmy Van Schie?
Well, if he plays Scott Mitchell, we might as well get our sleeping bags out.
Does he just like slowing everyone down, Scott Mitchell? Because he drives a tractor around in his spare time, doesn't he?
96.
Well, he even delayed the plane getting back apparently yesterday.
140.
Well, he was in Ireland as well, wasn't he? Yeah, in the infamous Six Nations tournament.
48.
We won't go into that. There isn't enough time. Wales against the Netherlands here.
140.
Probably could make a very good Six Nations out of players that played at the Super Series, a team event.
100. Richie require 101.
Well, this would be his third 101 checkout of the week. If he could take it out here, it'd also be for the break of throw and a 2-zip lead.
80.
Well, the treble 15 there leaves them on 21.
Literally 6 different nations playing this week. Almost Dutch delight, but it's Dutch denial in the end, and the Welshman can win a second leg.
And the double of choice is double 4, and that did not look nice following dart 1.
Yeah, so I think it's a strange choice for that exact reason, Henry.
17.
You can block the target
24.
that you're trying to leave by going that route.
Jimmy Van Schie must be thinking, finally, a dart at the top end of the board.
Could use that. Wrong side.
12.
And really over adjusts. And I'm just wondering if part of this is not just the importance of the game, but the opponent as well. The stature of the opponent. They say it was always harder to hit when Phil Taylor was the bloke standing behind you.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Maybe Richie Burnett's got that kind of aura here.
Well, it's that saying, isn't it, where you're playing the man and not the board. And Richie Burnett is well, we've seen it all week, is a big character. Not just what he does on the board, but he's a really jovial personality as well, away from the hockey. He's one of those people that whenever Richie's in a room, you know he's in a room. And they could be the toughest players to play because that person's presence is always going to be on your mind. And so that can actually be a slight distraction to the job that is at hand for yourself.
140.
We don't have silly bets at the Super Series. All the bets are on the outcome of darts matches. But, you know, in football, big football matches will have silly bets. I wonder what sort of things 59. Would be on the Richie Burnett specials. This could be a Richie Burnett special, but he's not going for it. But yeah, one of the production crew has suggested that we will see him be the first to walk down the stairs and off the stage while the match is still going on. I don't think any of the opponents have been slow enough for him to do that, but he would do that against a slower opponent.
38.
He's going to split, but he's found the single 13, and so he's going to have to sperm one here, and it's going to be double 8 for the 3-zip lead. 22. Doesn't go, and Van Schie comes back for the 104.
Jimmy, you require 104.
Well, this could be the match right here. Does he stay in, or does Burnett go on to win? Tricky, this. Doesn't have to stay there. There are other open beds he could go for. And I do think that's a move that a lot of players need to learn to make. Burnett's on 16 here. 41. What would the harm have been in just going for a treble 20, even if it was going to leave an odd double? It's a double, isn't it? He's only got one dart at it anyway.
As they say about 1 in the hand compared to 2 in the bush, double 4. Burnett just double checking whether that was in or not, having his traditional check, and then the traditional hit of the double, and even double checks the double 4s in for a 3-0 lead.
Full flag, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Now, this is the longevity of Richie Burnett. We mentioned when he won that world title in 1995. Jimmy Van Schie was still in nappies. He was still taller than Richie at that time, but he was still in nappies. 18 months old. Five years before I was born.
$140.
Well, we were posing the question before the game whether or not this would be it for the unbeaten run of Richie Burnett, whether or not Davidson and Van Schie could reel him in and we can forget any conversations about an unbeaten Group A campaign, but he's 3-0 up.
And the truth be told as well, Murphy hasn't been playing well at all. It's by far his lowest numbers of the day. The average just under 77. Okay, he's missed 10 darts at a double, but he's just being allowed to play at that level and coast.
I did think those two ingredients may align and see him lose a couple of matches, because yesterday we did see him tail off as the day went on, and he's got arguably the two toughest opponents in his last two games, but the scoreline doesn't reflect that.
100.
It's interesting because we see that as well from other players at Richie's end of his career. Robert Thornton, for example, where in a 5-game group things can just begin to slow down as the day ebbs towards an end. Van Schie looking to liven up as the game gets to the boiling point. It's going to get a go at the 60 to bring it back to 3-1.
100. Jimmy requires 60.
We've taken out a big finish today.
He's
going to get a go at the 156, and Van Schie's on the board, and an ironic celebration goes with it. But Burnett here is throwing for his 9th win from 9 games.
Expected the fireworks, expected the theatrics, expected some good stuff from Richie Burnett. I don't think any of us expected him to be in this position.
It just felt like one of those groups which had last round, last game drama written all over it.
85.
Okay, he's played in Southampton before, which is a similar format, but not the Super Series format. Remember, this is his debut in this building. His debut in this side of the competition.
85. $140.
May not be over yet. Van Schie attacks. And Burnett falters.
40.
Well, we saw moments like this in Van Schie's game against Davidson where both players had openings but were unable to really muster anything. Van Schie was able to get away with it in that match. He may be able to get away with it in this leg. And if he does so, he would have broken Burnett. The game comes back to 3-2, and will then have the dart to take us all the way to the last leg to sign. He's got 6 on 218 to do exactly that.
58.
Literally pacing his steps, Richie Burnett, to the hockey.
100. Jimmy require 106.
Well, it's a much bigger finish for Van Schie, but in truth, they're the same thing, really. 2 trebles to leave a double.
140. Richie require 136.
Well, this to seal a perfect 9 victories in this group. The 136 isn't going to go, and so Van Schie will return for the double 10 to return the game to throw and just to keep himself an interested party in the contest. Double 10. With Burnett sat on tops to win it. 1 dart, double 5.
15.
Doesn't go.
Richie require 40.
Well, it'll be thumbs up for Richie Burnett if he finds this. Double 10.
20.
And Schie thought he was going.
Jimmy require 5.
Well, he can't watch. Double 2.
Has had so much trouble on Southern doubles today, and that one's blocked, but he's found it. The game goes on.
Jimmy Van Schie.
And now Van Schie will throw to force a decider.
Sixth flag, it's Jimmy to throw first.
A knowing nod
Game.
from Richie Burnett. And I don't know how to describe the next move. I think I saw Lady Gaga do that one once.
60.
It's like watching your dad at your wedding do the YMCA.
100. $100.
And he is just genuine entertainment, Richie Burnett. He's just unequivocally himself. And do you know what? In sport, sometimes you need characters like Richie.
100.
Yeah, and it's true, isn't it? Like you say, it's just him. There's no act, there's no premeditation. But he is involved now in a real duel here. And he's not going to be on a finish, so the likelihood now is, having led the game 3-0, he's going to have to hold throw in a decider.
90.
He's himself on a 2-darter after 12. And credit had to go where credit's due here for Van Schie, because from the position that he was in, freeze it behind, it could have been so easy for him to have just accepted his fate. One dart to save it at tops. And that may be the last dart he gets in this match, because Burnett 101 to win 4-2 and to continue his unbeaten one. He's going to get a dart. Double 16. It's 9 from 9 for Richie Burnett. The perfect start continues. A nice embrace between himself and Jimmy Van Schie. A game played in great spirit, but it's another great result for Richie Burnett. Yep, he just goes and grabs his towel next to the speaker, as you do. Well, that's the tale of the tape. Wasn't Richie Burnett's best performance, but it's one that yields him his 9th consecutive victory. He is temporarily 8 points clear at the top of the table. It could stay at 8 if Schie McGuirk can beat Andy Davidson after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Burnett made it 9 wins from 9 in this Group A, getting the better of Jimmy van Schie by 4 legs to 2. He moves temporarily 8 points clear. It could be a permanent 8-point swing if Shane McGuirk can get the better of Andy Davidson here. And actually, if you break down the way both players have played today, they haven't been too far out of each other's ballpark, because for Andy, hasn't quite been the rip-roaring numbers of day one, where he averaged 93.5 for the day. In matter of fact, if you break down the matches he has played today, his highest average is 83.84. And so on paper, you would think a Davidson win, but if you break both players' performances down, you get the sense that this is a far more even match. And once again, Shane McGuirk has had a bit of a delve into the setup and has changed the flight and stem combo.
Yeah, has been tinkering a little bit over the last couple of days.
140.
Shane McGuirk. Does seem to be quite a popular setup the stem and flight system is using there of late. I saw Tommy Morris switch to something similar after being involved in one of our dart swap challenges on our YouTube channel last week. There we see them in their full glory.
140.
Very effective as well.
Was it Noel Cullerton's darts?
It certainly was.
Now I'll be taking commission then.
140.
We've just actually got a look at the way that Andy stacks his darts as well. I did say he threw like a super speed Phil Taylor, and the angle of entry is pretty much the same as that of the power. Only thing he does do that's a bit different is the little twist,
61.
the way he spins it between his fingertips.
But is that most likely due to the speed that he releases it at? The dart hasn't got that much time to settle in the hand.
Yeah, he needs to make it
and he requires 100.
zip, doesn't he? He can't keep it feather light, so allows some movement.
60. Shane requires 97.
Right, 97 for McGuirk though to hold on to his throat in the opening leg. Treble 19 the target. May go double 19. Might have been a more sensible option, a larger surface area.
40. Game shot on the
He
first
bounced
leg.
it in off that dart. Don't usually get flukes in darts, but I think his face told us that was one.
To throw first. Game.
To be honest, the biggest surprise is how it didn't bounce out the ball, because that was a really weird nick into the tops. I was actually going to say before it went in that first dart looked awkward. Well, it was that awkward, it actually helped.
60.
The biggest fluke you've seen in darts?
100.
He's just said, turned his mic off and said, Chris Mason winning here. Morning, Chris. Hope you're well.
134.
I did see a dart on the Pro Tour where Johnny Clayton hit treble 20, threw again at the treble 20, it deflected and hit treble 18.
85.
Could have been the luckiest 9-dart finish ever had he gone on to complete it.
$80.
Well, that's what people often say when it comes to that silly what's better debate, doesn't it? What's harder debate, 147 or 9-dart. They say in darts you can't fluke anything, in snooker you can.
100.
I've never seen anyone fluke 147 points, to be honest, but I'm sure that'll rear its head again soon.
Shane, you require 127.
December and April, that debate always rears its head. The 127 isn't going to be dispatched by McGuirk. Davidson here looking for a 2-zip lead by pinning the 113. He's going to start down on the 19s. And he's going to give himself a dart at tops, 93. Which just goes below this time.
Shane, you require 87. $20.
Treble these double 5. Beautifully done. And McGuirk squares this contest up. 1-1.
A reminder of the remainder. Van Schie versus Miok follows this. Then McCormack takes on McGuirk. The last match features Davidson and Burnett. Burnett looking to make it another perfect day. After being unbeaten on
60.
Monday, he's one away from repeating the feat on Tuesday. And if McGuirk wins this, Miok beats Van Schie, and Burnett does do that, then he will
85.
be just one win away from qualifying tomorrow.
Incidentally, just very quickly going back onto that fluke
123.
topic of conversation, I suppose. The most infamous fluke we've seen here at the Super Series was probably the magical 180s we saw from Vampire and Younghans. The Younghans one particularly. Was it in? Yes, it was in.
Well, they're all in.
180.
180s exchanged in this one.
60. Schie require 138.
Well, the 138 isn't going to go.
$58. $100. Schie require 80.
This for a 2-1 lead. Now, because his darts stand up to attention, this dart at tops could be awkward.
40.
Proved to be the case, and Andy Davidson will have the
76.
no trouble at all. Well, he has had some trouble.
44.
But he could have
Schie require 40.
laid down a dart. Had he gone for the 16, he would have had a clear look at tops. Instead, he missed the big 20.
30. And he required 32.
McGuirk misses 20 as well in the form of double 10. So Davidson to lead.
24.
Searching for it on the fly, wasn't he?
Schie required 10.
Well, suddenly, today is beginning to head down a downward spiral for Davidson because McGuirk pins the double 5. He apologises for winning the leg. He shakes his head. He's the one who leads 2-1.
Game on.
Results could not be falling better for Richie Burnett at the moment. If McGuirk goes on and wins this, then
60.
Burnett, after 9 matches, will have an 8-point cushion to second place.
140. $100.
I do think if Richie Burnett wins the group, as it looks more and more likely game on game, I think we need to get a
55.
filming crew out to see what he gets up to over the next couple of days that he'd have off.
140.
Have you got Thursday and Friday off this week?
101.
I am here in the afternoon, so...
Okay, so you can do breakfast
60.
with Burnett and then take him out in the evenings as well.
$95. And he requires 141.
Well, Andy Davidson needs to get going quickly.
89.
Otherwise, he might
Schie
see
require
McGuirk break
110.
here.
He's going to get a dart. And that dart is going to be at double top.
70.
And it
And
just
he
clips the
requires
wire.
52.
Davidson 52 for 2-2. Having seen his opponent spurn a chance to move 3-1 to the good.
20.
But Davidson spurns a couple himself.
Schie require 40.
Well, this is where tops can work for McGuirk. One above will be a perfect guide. Instead, it's double 10. Oh, now that's made it very awkward.
20.
Davidson was totally unaware of how difficult
And he
McGuirk
required
made that. Then he
32.
wasn't looking at all, but he does come back to level the match.
This could be his get out of jail free card.
Game
He
shot
pins the
four
double
play.
16 to square up at
Andy
2-2. And if he wins this game from here, a match he should have been 3-1 down. His opponent would have then had the darts to win the match in.
Game on.
It could be a turning point. It may be academic, but it would just keep him interested with Burnett to play in the last.
99.
You question the wisdom of McGuirk leaving tops. I know when he had a free hit at it then that's fine. But the visit before, he's
100.
hit the treble 20, but his darts stand up that much, that's a distraction. So maybe 18s for double 16 would have been a better route for him on the 110.
100.
Although maybe players are starting to feel a little bit of caution, because we have seen
100.
recently players bust 50 by hitting 54.
64.
And then there's certain others that just throw caution to the wind and go straight for the ball.
95.
Seemed to be a theme last week, the flamboyant finishing. This week, it's been pretty old school, hasn't it? Pretty conventional when it comes to the checkout. Spearheaded, of course, by the 1995 world champ.
96.
All I'll say is there's a time and a place for those types of showbiz shots.
55. Shane require 142.
142 for McGuirk. Isn't going to go, and so Davidson back for the 151 to move himself 3-2 to the good, and he's going to have to take it because McGuirk has left himself sat on tops.
Yeah, it was a lovely setup, that new school thinking on that occasion. Utilising the 17s and the 25 to tee up this target.
20.
Well, the doubling has been problematic in this game.
60.
A dozen darts missed by Shane McGuirk now. But Andy Davidson has not been much better.
Shane require 20.
And so 2 10s for McGuirk to eventually put himself 3-2 to the good. And he is in front at long last, 3-2.
Shane McGuirk. Sickberg gets Andy to throw
Davidson
first.
a couple of moments ago may have thought he'd be thrown to win this match. He's now throwing to survive. Not just in this game, but you sense in this group as well.
99.
He loses this. Richie Burnett is in business. And Schie's got Jerome Miok in the last game. Burnett will play Davidson in match 15.
$100.
Only really Richie Burnett's had a good day today. No one else can sort of say that. If he beats Davidson, McGuirk wins here. And you might be looking at Miok beats Van Schie. We'll be looking at a day where nobody has won more than 2 matches. Everybody will have a negative return apart from Richie Burnett.
And I think the only other player other than Richie that will be happy enough with today is Killian McCormack.
Yeah, because he's massively improved on yesterday. Even Richie hasn't managed to do that. Well, it wasn't possible.
100. And he record 167.
Chipper 19 would have left the bullseye to have saved it in some style. And so McGuirk comes back for 96 to seal a 4-2 win.
95 to seal a 4-2 win. So Davidson gets a reprieve.
40. And he requires 68.
Is it a stay of execution? Or are we going all the way?
36.
Double 16 is missed, and so McGuirk
56.
guaranteeing he gets a single here. Should have 2 darts at tops to win it. And this time makes no mistake. And that's Shane McGuirk's first win of the day. And it's a victory which could well put pay to Andy Davidson's hopes of winning Group A. Because Richie Burnett going into the final cycle of fixtures is going to have an 8-point lead at the top of the table. Shane McGuirk gets the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Jimmy Van Schie takes on Jerome Miok. For Van Schie, he senses his last chance saloon.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the match
Davidson!
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Schie and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through, he gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Group A, and Richie Burnett is just finding it easy so far. Every result falling his way at the moment. Of course, the ones that he's won, that's where he's done the damage. 9 out of 9 for the Welshman. But the last couple of results going his way as well. He, of course, beat Jimmy Van Schie in second place, but then Andy Davidson beaten by Schie McGuirk, who got his first victory of the day. And it looks like Burnett is just edging closer and closer to winning the group. Van Schie looking to bounce back from that defeat and close the gap a little bit, meaning that Richie might have a bit more work to do today and tomorrow. He will take on Davidson in his final game. Van Schie here is looking to be, I think it's fair to say, Henry, out of sorts, Jerome Miok.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. It's not quite worked out to plan so far for Jerome so far this week. There were little glimpses at times yesterday, but today just really hasn't correlated one bit whatsoever. For both players, it's about ending the day on a high for Jerome. I think it'll be a case of he'll be happy to see the back of today, and he'll be able to watch his team play tonight, because it's not just England that are playing at the European Championships. The Dutch are in action against Austria, although they already know that they're going to be through to the last 16. It'd just be about securing what position and which part of the draw they would be in.
Well, good luck, Jimmy and Jerome, in finding a pub in Portsmouth to show it.
100. $85.
Well, luckily it's the 5 o'clock kickoff.
Still.
140.
McCormack, we have these national battles coming up now, both from the island of Ireland.
100.
And then it's Scotland v Wales to close proceedings. Neither will have much to do this evening.
130.
Coronation Street, is that still on?
Big night for Scotland, cheering on Slovenia.
101. Johnny McCoy, 124.
1-2-4 for Miok to take out the opening leg against throw. Triple 18 would have left the bull, And now
56. Jimmy require 107.
the Dutch Sequoia is looking for the big fish.
Yeah, I did watch that Scotland match last night.
45.
It did feel like the
Rooney
national
requires 68.
team equivalent of being a Sheffield Wednesday fan, to be honest. It was a familiar feeling for me.
36.
And that's been a familiar feeling for him today,
Jimmy
missing
require
doubles,
125.
missing opportunities.
Triple 20 tops. Not to be, and so Jeroen will come back for 32 to take out the open leg against throw. And this could be another scenario where Richie Burnett is laughing in the back room.
Everything is falling his way.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw.
And if you remember, his opening interview this week when he spoke to Phil Bars at the start of Monday, he was basically saying that nothing ever goes his way.
140.
Well, everything's gone his way this week.
The only obstacle that he hasn't been able to beat this week has been that speaker to the side of the stage.
He's not the eternal optimist either, Richie Burnett, so he probably will already be thinking, well, it's all going to go wrong in the final on Saturday, or so I'm saving all my bad luck for then. But so far, so good.
100.
And of course, you could potentially see a legend in action, a former world champion. We'll tell you more about how you can be here at the Super Series in the next leg. Jeroen here,
60.
this has been a real good performance. He's sparked into life. It may be a case of too late, but it definitely isn't too little. Averaging 105 right now as we head towards the completion of leg 2. He's left tops after 12 for a 2-zip lead.
96. Rooney required 40.
Double 10. Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward. Has to shuffle across. And
30.
Cannot find a way
Jimmy
through.
require 145.
Really sensible stuff, that. And that's unlucky, because I think he went that way because treble 15 would have left tops, which would have been partially blocked. Double 14 was a target in the end. Double 1 is a target for his opponent.
8. Jimmy
It's beginning to go wrong again for Jeroen. But Van Schie has had troubles on this double 3.
He's shaking his head before he goes for it. But this time, he finds it and he greets it with a look of astonishment as he levels up the match at 1 apiece, and Jeroen turns away after again having that recurring nightmare.
$100.
Well, we did mention how you can be here on a Saturday evening at the Super Series. You may well watch a world champion in action in Richie Burnett. We could see a future world champion potentially in this mix, with Jensen Walker playing on Thursday and Friday. Andy Davidson in the mix. Jimmy Van Schie will hope to be there, and if Jimmy Van Schie's here, he will bring his Portsmouth crowd with him as well. Scan that QR code. It's a £2 booking fee. On top of that, it's a very good night worth of darting entertainment. Drinks at a affordable price. It's a good night all round here in Portsmouth for what is a very sunny time of the year. Think about this for a Saturday. You could watch the football in the afternoon. I think there's a little bit of sport as well beforehand. I think there's a little bit going on in the world of cricket and what have you. T20 World Cup. Watch the football. Come here. Enjoy a night of the darts and enjoy the nightlife of Portsmouth. Why not?
180.
Can you pick and choose what you do out of those options, Henry? Well, he's okay despite the dropout. Van Schie still in control of leg 3.
$134. Jimmy, record 52.
Tops of Van Schie. Doesn't go, and Miok is going to get an opportunity. And actually, what's going around is coming around, because usually it's been him that's presented the opportunities, but now he's been given one, but is unable to take it.
Jimmy require 40.
Has to go down to the bottom again. Is he thinking about not? Yeah, changes his mind. And that surprises me, having just hit double three. You would think he might feel confident, and splitting with 2 darts in hand, I think is folly, really.
You're putting all the effort into one dart. Jerome had to put all his effort into that last dart there. Finds it to break Van Schie to lead 2-1.
Full flag gets Jerome to throw first.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, just going back to that, as you alluded to, if you go for the double 19, you might get 2 darts at double. If you don't, you're only definitely getting 1.
100.
And yeah, maybe if he hadn't hit that double 3 and he had that doubt in his head, then fine. But those are the little mistakes that can cost you matches. And another moment plays right into the hands of Richie Burnett.
85.
He's going to be the only person on that stage that will walk off with a smile today, Richie Burnett.
81.
Yeah, unless Andy Davidson beats him,
78.
as mentioned in the previous match, every player is going to have a negative result net today,
99.
assuming this match stays as it is. There'll be 2 wins from 3.
60. Jerome require
McGuirk beats
170.
McCormack, Miok beats Van Schie, and Burnett beats Davidson. And then Burnett with 5 wins from 5.
58.
Still the opportunity that you said
84.
McCormack will be happy enough. He could even improve his day, couldn't he? If he can get the better of McGuirk, then that would have to go down as a good day from him.
Particularly where he was on day 1 at the end. He didn't play bad, just
94.
just outplayed at times, but he's recovered on day 2. Van Schie looking to recover the situation here. Decides to go double-double on the double 19, which in the last leg he refused.
Didn't fancy it with 1 dart, but thought he could hit it twice. The mind boggles.
We're talking about electing to only have 1 dart on a double. Jerome missed the ball completely there.
What does he do here? He doesn't know.
And so now he decides to split. He can't make this up. But he finds a way anyway. Back to 2-2.
Fifth flag is Jimmy to throw first.
And Miok decides to smile through the pain.
All he can do. Try again tomorrow. Let's not forget, just looking at the table.
140.
A win here for Jerome Miok moves him within a couple of points of Van Schie and Davidson.
66.
Despite having what's been a dreadful day, he could really be in the race for Group B, and he has to try and cling on to that.
100.
If he can scrap and fight and win this match, every chance tomorrow he can turn it around.
And I just get the sense he is going to be the type of player that will grow into the week. And so, realistically, if you're the players in that B/C battle, you don't want to put him into B, where you got 3 from 5 that go through on the Thursday and Friday. Try and restrict him to Group C, where the opportunities are less and less. As he hits bigger and bigger.
174, Jimmy, for 161. $57.
I would have hoped for more than that there, Jimmy. Maybe utilising the bull would have given him more when he thought about the visit more from the start of it.
96. Jimmy require 104.
So 104 for a 3-2 lead. What's he going to do with this one? Not hit it. So Jerome's going to come back for 84 to get the breaker throw, then have the darts to win this contest.
52. Jerome require 84.
Too many darts like that. Not enough like that. Battle 11 has been his friend already,
62.
but foe on this occasion.
You got the sense that this was a key passage in play. Jerome passing up the 84. What could Van Schie make of the 52? 2 in hand, a double 16. Finds it and leads 3-2. Jerome having spurned to dart at double 11 to be in a position to vote for the match. Now has the darts to stay in the contest.
Well, a few questions in the chat room. Mikhail asking about how they decide who throws first in each match. Is it not done through a bull? No, only for the final. The week is predetermined. You throw first against an opponent on Monday. You'll throw second against the same opponent on Tuesday, and so on. If you
58.
win your group on a Saturday, you'll throw first in the semi-final. We do have a bull up for the final. Another question here, Henry. I will indulge this one for Liam. Henry, what is the Portsmouth nightlife like?
Plenty of fun.
57.
If you like Pop World.
So, Liam, take that whichever way you like.
Put
it this way, it's plenty of fun on the dance floor.
$80.
I will take your word for it. I don't need to go and find out for myself.
It's okay, but it's not quite living up to the Withering Heights.
Can Van Schie
43.
produce a big move here?
Require 151.
It looked like the game may be going in the direction of his opponent, but Van Schie has turned it around with a little help from Miok's misses.
56.
He does, of course, have the option to try and leave double 19 here.
43.
57 for 38, or does he start on the bull? Not. I was going to say not two of them.
59. Trying to record 139.
Well, he's left himself on a double for the match, but is he going to get a go?
Right, don't go for the bull. Silly play, in my opinion.
Jimmy required 36.
Well, it cost him. It does. Van Schie is successful in the Dutch Derby. The 4-2 win for Van Schie. That just keeps him interested in that final game when Davidson and Burnett go head-to-head. A win for Davidson, and maybe there is a way to stop the Welshman. Van Schie asks a question. We'll see if Burnett has the answer in the final game today, but before that, Killian McCormack will take on Schie McGuirk.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat.
And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Shot on the second leg.
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Rhys Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that.
Only needs the one. There you can see that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jimmy Van Schie has kept himself just about in touching distance with RICHIE BURNETT, getting the better of Jerome Miok by 4 legs to 2. Had to toil towards the finishing line in the end, but Van Schie, 12 points to his name, gives himself an outside chance of possibly winning the group. Well, both Killian McCormack and Schie McGuirk, well, they're both scenarios which have been and gone for them. McGuirk, who is now looking at a Group B spot on Thursday, Friday night. McCormack can put himself on the outside of that particular persuasion if he can win this game. And then they'd be hoping that Burnett can beat Davidson in the last.
Yeah, a couple of big matches, particularly the last one.
First leg, it's Killian to throw first.
So this has been a big day for Killian McCormack. It would have been easy to roll over and just be the whipping boy of Group A after losing all of his matches yesterday, but he's bounced back 1-2, might make it 3, and a positive return on Tuesday. Did show what he had in his locker at times yesterday.
180.
Now he's managed to turn those moments into winning matches, and he kicks off this match with the perfect start.
134.
An all-Irish battle descends upon Portsmouth.
100.
As you mentioned, become a bit of a hotbed of late, the Republic of Ireland. We saw 2 players at the last Champions Week from the Republic in Kieran Tian and
40.
Conor Heenahan.
So far, 3 different nationalities for our Champions Week participants, our weekly winners. Look at this, so from this Irishman. 9 darts thrown, 2 of the visits 180s, and 41 remaining for an 11-dart leg.
41.
He could be so pleased about today because it's been so good. And that's an 11-darter to lead 1-0. Killian McCormack really has shown up to the party, and he's done it again.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw.
Look at me. Yeah, fist bump.
You do realise that's going to be clipped up and used out of context now, Henry, right?
100.
Oh, yes. I can already hear our social media team beavering away.
It was absolute class from Killian, though. And McGuirk knows what he's up against here. I'm sure they'll be well aware of each other from more localised events.
100.
But this could turn into a very, very fruitful day for McCormack.
100.
Are we going to go into Wednesday, Henry, and you've commentated on as many Group A campaigns as anybody. Are we going to go into Wednesday pretty much knowing exactly what group everybody's going into for the rest of the week?
Well, there's a possibility of that, isn't there? The only stipulation is if Davidson fell off the wagon on Wednesday and then...
We know what you meant. Carry on.
And then as a consequence drops into C. Other than that, I can't see any other scenario in play.
121. Shane require 158.
Hopefully the wheels come off the wagon and he stays on it. Or hopefully they don't for his sake, but anyway.
78.
Well, if McCormack
Killian
wins this
McCormack,
match, the 3 at the bottom would all be on 6 points, 4 behind Davidson. Actually, if he beats Burnett, that would leave it looking the most likely
96.
scenario
Schie
where all the
McGuirk,
groups are decided,
80.
because there'd be 6 points between 4th and 3rd and 6 points between 2nd and 1st. With only 10 to play for.
60. Killian McGuirk, 40.
Doesn't go. McCormack back for the break. Tops.
Game
2-0.
from the second leg.
Averaging
Killian
111.33 right now.
The leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
Make no mistake, he's a decent darter.
$100. $140.
No sign of relenting.
140.
It's taken him a day to settle into proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but I just wonder whether
44.
slowly but surely we're unearthing a bit of a gem from the Emerald Isle here.
83.
Because his performances today, well, throughout the board, they have been good. His lowest average out of every
57.
single match has been recorded is 85.2, and the 4-1 defeat to Richie Burnett, where he spurnt opportunities at a double.
100.
Yeah, and that equals his worst result of the week. He's been defeated 4-1 by the top 3 players across the last 2 days in the group, but only lost 4-3 to Schie McGuirk yesterday.
Game shot.
Not much chance of that happening again.
Killian McCormack.
This is sensational.
And there's absolutely no signs at this present moment in time that this average of 109.98 is going to show any signs of relenting. 3 from 3 on the doubles, a 14 dart leg, and Schie McGuirk has been kicked into touch here. And he could be out of touch when it comes to the Group B race. That's how the averages stack up.
60.
Well, it'll drop down after a treble-less visit. However, those numbers are still remarkable. 20 points better than McGuirk. Let us remind you that this is a guy that was bottom of the group without winning a game yesterday.
When he began this match, bottom of the group.
100.
He would leapfrog into 4th place with a win here. It would mean that Miok would be bottom of the pile. Okay, the 3 would be on 6 points, the bottom 3 of the group.
58.
But if he can win this 4-0, he'll go up to -3 in terms of legs difference. And if Burnett can get a big win against Davidson, he's in play. And remember,
45.
because this is game 14 of a Tuesday, this will be the first game of both players' Wednesdays.
59.
Yep, tomorrow they meet in game 1, the first of 15. Do join us. Even if you have got a sore head, we will ease
55.
however you're feeling. 9:30 a.m. Henry promises to be extra quiet for the first 2 hours.
What?
64.
And if you need cheering up, Richie Burnett will certainly do that. We'll see him again one more time. But this has been a performance to cheer up fans of Killian McCormack, hasn't it? Not just this
37.
match, but this day.
Schie McGuirk, 124.
Really good from him. May not be the 4-0 win, because McGuirk's got a couple of visits from here.
84.
Who in this game has just been hit with haymaker after haymaker. He leaves himself on tops. Only had the solitary attempt at a double in this match.
125.
He was trying to leave double 2 with the 180 there. Dirty deflection.
Game shot on the 4th egg. Schie McGuirk.
His doubling hasn't been too sharp today, but he does find one there. McCormack hasn't
It's Killian to throw first.
missed a single dart double.
Well, interestingly, how tight this group is.
100.
In the whole of this group, there's only been 2 4-0 scorelines in the whole group.
Yeah, both of them come today.
100.
First match, Andy Davidson beating Jerome Miok, and exactly the same opponent for this man, McCormack.
94.
I think when we saw this schedule of players for this week, I think there was a feeling from everybody in this environment that we're going to get
100.
close, tight, exciting tungsten action.
Well, with the greatest respect, it's turned into a one-man show with a supporting cast, hasn't it? No, I don't mean you, Henry. Richie Burnett I was talking about.
137.
And we will see the latest in the Jungle Book reenactment in the next game when Burnett takes on Davidson.
138. Shane, you require 164.
For this to keep this game going just a little bit longer, the 164 isn't going to go, and so McCormack could win it with a corker if he can pin the 126 to claim a 4-1 success and to end the day with 3 wins and 5. We'll stay there because a dart at treble 19 would have given one at the bull.
58.
And so McGuirk 1, 2, 3 to stay in the contest.
It's been McCormack who's stolen the show in this game. But McGuirk
98.
could have stolen his thunder.
68.
Misses a bull. This for the win.
Double 2. That first dart was in the treble bed. The 2 mismatched darts means that McGuirk will get another chance to keep this game moving along. Double 8. Can he shuffle across? Yes is the answer. The game returns to throw. Back we go to 3-2. And McGuirk has the throw here, does the arrow, to take us to a last leg decider. And it's fist bump time! Once again.
It's not the most enthusiastic fist bump, is it, from Killian McCormack? Not quite on John Michael levels.
140.
Who was the player we had here not long ago with literally anything that happened? There was like a
That was him, wasn't it? It was John Michael, wasn't it?
140.
Yeah, and then didn't he then ignore somebody else's fist bump at one point?
57.
If you remember, actually, Henry also
81.
decided not to bother with the quota of practice darts that he was allowed on the stage. Just kept saying to his opponent, "You carry on, mate. I don't need them." Yeah, lost that match convincingly.
23.
It's a bold play.
Did see on a pro tour recently, and I can't remember ever seeing it in the years certainly that I've been watching and covering them. A player give away the bull in a pro tour match.
The old Phil Taylor tactic, which didn't Mr. Nicholson do back to him once?
He did. The player that did it at the Pro Tour in Hildesheim actually lost that semi-final 7-0.
Well, to be fair, the bullseye was irrelevant anyway.
Right, can McCormack finally close the door? Because he
140.
really does deserve this win based on the performance he's produced. Double 10. A wild one. Double 7.
73.
Just making hard work of it. Everything but the winning double.
And if McGuirk takes out this 41, he may feel like this is beginning to slip from his fingers. Remember, McCormack raced into a 3-0 lead where he was averaging deep above the ton. There was a 20-point gap in the averages. But we're going all the way. And what's it? Chris Mason says averages are only a guide. Well, in this game, that's the case. We go all the way. 3-3 from 3-0 down. Killian McCormack throwing to win the match again, but this time with McGuirk on the hill with him.
41.
Well, this would be a steal if McGuirk could win this one. It would move him on to 8 points. It would move him just a couple behind Andy Davidson at the top of the table, who has to take on Richie Burnett in our last game of the day.
I know who you were thinking of now, more recently than John Michael, wasn't it? Peter Hudson.
That's it. The man with the tongue.
$121.
That's been typical of the day of McGuirk. A couple of good darts and then a stray one. But it looks like he might be turning this game around.
43.
And also, you've got to give a bit of credit here to Shane, because it could have been so easy the way that things started off in this game. It was symptomatic of his day. And you know what happens when you come to the end of a trying day inside your mind? You can sometimes think, well, it's just not happening. But McGuirk's refused to give in to that logic, and he's now got 6 darts from 180 here to seal a 4-3 win from 3-0 behind.
134.
And he's left himself on a 2-darter after 12, a single to double combination after 12. As for Magic Hands, he's let this game slip through his fingers. He was 3-0 up.
66. Shane McCormack, 46.
It's been more about him than it has about McGuirk this game. It was there for the taking. He's missed opportunities. And Shane has taken his and taken the win. And he knows that was a very, very good performance from Killian McCormack. But it is Shane McGuirk who picks up the points, and in doing so puts a little bit of distance between himself and his opponent. 4 points between them. Jerome Miok sandwiched between on 6. McGuirk makes it to 8. Gives some respect to his opponent there. He knows that was a decent display, but it's a winning performance from Shane McGuirk. There you see, even in the end, McCormack was 5 points higher in the average, but missed key opportunities, and McGuirk made him pay. Now then, we're going to see if Richie Burnett can do exactly what he did yesterday and win every single match. Andy Davidson, the man tasked with stopping him, and it's coming up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for this final game of Tuesday's action. The second day of Group A, and it's been A-star stuff so far from Richie Burnett. Won all his games yesterday, has added 4 from 4 today, and now Andy Davidson is the man tasked for denying Burnett a second perfect day on the spin. If he does, he'll go level on points with Jimmy Van Schie in second place, 6 behind Burnett. But a win for Richie here would mean he wouldn't have much work to do tomorrow.
First. Game on.
You get the sense that this could be the game that puts Burnett on the hill. Although I know Jimmy Van Schie will have 1 or 2 answers to pose to that particular question. But for Andy Davidson, this has been, by his very high standards, and we do set very high standards of Andy because we all rate him very highly, it's been a bit of a below par day for him. Especially when you compare the performance that he put in yesterday to today. It just hasn't quite been at that same level, and that's why the results hasn't quite yielded him the same direction. As for Richie, he must feel like everything he touches here at the Live Lounge turns to gold.
81.
Because things could not be more perfectly set up for him. He's won every game, and it's felt like at every single corner, every key result has gone his way. If he wins this game, he is 8 points clear going into
97.
Tomorrow's action. $98. Should be noted as well, the opening round of fixtures tomorrow. Richie Burnett kickstarts in game 2 against Jerome Miok. And then Jimmy Van Schie takes on Andy Davidson.
177. Richie
That 177 setup has left Davidson on double 8. Burnett looking for the 1-2-3. Is it going to be as easy as can be? The bullseye.
98. And he requires 16. No score.
Unlucky for some.
Richie required 25.
And again, you just get that sense that Richie's getting the rub of the green and that his opponents are maybe missing partly down to who he is and what he's done in the last couple of days.
So that's the break.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And Davidson just focusing in the background. And it should also be stated that pretty much every experience here for Andy, he actually alluded to this in his interview at the beginning of the day. Pretty much all of his experiences here have been a good one. He's won a week. He's got through to a Champions Week. He performed well even though he didn't qualify for the Saturday night. But this is maybe the first time
100.
he walks out of a building in a particular day and feels disappointed. It's a new feeling for him because all he's ever tasted is the big highs.
$140.
Well, it will be interesting to see how the week develops, but it's looking increasingly like Richie Burnett will have the short week. 3 days play, 2 days off. And then a return on Saturday. And if you do want to come and see the Prince of Wales, be quick in booking your tickets because he will draw a crowd, I feel sure of that. Also the prospect of local player Charlie Large making it through to Saturday night as well. If he gets through, then there won't be many tickets left. So scan that QR code, book yours early. It's only a couple of quid. And you might be seeing some fireworks indoors on Saturday night.
140.
The last time Jimmy Van Schie was here on a Saturday night, it was not boring, was it?
96. Richie requires 65.
Well, this week has been far from boring. At times it's been spectacular. And most of that has been by the actions both on and off the board of that man there, Richie Burnett, who's just having a double check as to the situation. Realise 18 scored off the back of the 65 means 47 left. He was hoping to leave tops. And the brain whirls round again. And in the end, he leaves himself on double 16, and he's hoping that all that effort is at least for some kind of award or reward. And Davidson is going to pin the 108, so it was worth the attempt.
Richie required 32.
Two eights. Double 4. 2-0 Burnett. He's halfway towards what would be the completion of a second perfect day.
Fiddler gets Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's not happy. The performance is a bit like yesterday, towards the end of the day, just plateauing a little bit.
140.
But again, he is just doing enough.
$55. $81.
Has been slightly surprising, the apparent lack of drama in the Burnett games. Hasn't meant a shortage of entertainment, but he's done things the easy way. He's made it easy for himself. Capitalised on the mistakes of his opponent and not made too many himself. Did ask just on Monday, as I always do when walk in the building, asked all the production crew and staff here who they think will win this group, and everyone was giving different names. It goes back to a point you've been making all day, Henry, that this looked like, on paper, a really competitive group with little between them, but he's put a lot between them, hasn't he?
He's effectively a day in front.
60.
Just when Davidson may have thought he may be getting a little bit of breathing room, Burnett hot on his tail. Went for tops. Now that should be a perfect guy to sit the third into the bed, was unable to do so. And this 127 would change the game, because Burnett would be 3-zip up, the double break in hand, and would have the darts for the match. He's going to get a dart of the bull. Gets the ball, and the 127 and game is pinned by Burnett. He knew how significant it was with the celebration. He leads 3-0 with a double break, and I think he's enjoying himself.
Game on.
And that's exactly what we're just talking about. Davidson misses his opportunity. Burnett takes his. There was a 129 in similar fashion earlier, weren't they? Sensational stuff from Burnett. And before his last two games, we questioned them and said, look, these are the two players that could probably rain on his parade a little bit. But the Richie Burnett sun is still shining.
It's his fourth ton plus checkout of the day. On the back of a couple of 101s. And as you mentioned there, the 129.
140.
Burnett now very much on the cusp of a 4-0 win. And this is a blow that will, you sense, prove fatal to any small lingering hopes that Andy Davidson had of possibly winning this group. It may have to be a regroup for him.
100. Richard Briggs.
Is it going to be over in the most emphatic style here? It will be, unless
58.
Davidson can produce an absolute showstopper.
He could, you know, and almost did.
36.
But this is tops after 12 for Burnett. This is for 2 perfect days. And to put himself 8 points clear at the top of the group. Double 10. And the Prince of Wales is very much ascending to the throne here at the Live Lounge. 2 perfect days in a row for Richie Burnett. And he can almost see Saturday night already. He gets the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 0. Davidson, who began the day with a 4-0 win, ends the day with a 4-0 defeat. He actually had the higher average in that contest. Burnett, 92.49 the average, 4 from 9 when it came to the checkouts. That 1-2-7 put him 3-0 to the good. He then rallied off to win the match in 15 in that last leg. As for Andy Davidson, well, it's been a crushing day for the Scot. He's down into third place in the table. Him and Schie McGuirk look like they're going to be battling for Group B. Jimmy van Schie is hoping to be a part of the equation in terms of challenging Richie Burnett, who's top of the pile with 20 points. But coming up after the break, we're going to hear from Jimmy. It's been a good day for him. We're going to get his thoughts with Chris Murphy on the other side of this break.
Well, as promised, Jimmy van Schie has joined us for a chat. Before we reflect on the results and the rest of today, Jimmy, how have you felt the last couple of days? Do you think you've got the results you deserved?
I think I played okay the first day. Today I played a little bit less than yesterday, but I had the same results actually, 3 wins out of 5. I think there is more in the locker for me, and I hope that it comes out tomorrow.
We were just talking off air as well. Richie Burnett has proved to be unstoppable in this group so far. What's it like being around him on stage, in the practice room? Brings a different element to the Super Series.
Yeah, he's a great character, of course. Yeah, I just see him as like a player I want to beat, and yeah, I haven't beat him the first 2 days, so tomorrow he's, for me, the man to beat. So I'll try my best to do that.
Yeah, nobody has managed to beat him yet. Let's just have a recap of the results from today. Here they are. Andy Davidson starting with that 4-0 win. Richie getting a 4-3 victory in his first match and carrying on through the card. A better day for McCormack as well, who probably was a little bit unfortunate in that penultimate game. And yourself, Jimmy, there getting a couple of 4-1 wins in the middle of the day and a victory to the end against your own in the Dutch derby. How are things sort of panning out for you in terms of tomorrow? It's going to be difficult to catch Richie. Are you already starting to think about where you might be the rest of the week, or is it full focus on trying to win as many matches as you can tomorrow?
Of course, I will try to win the group, but it's going to be a hard task for me. But nothing is impossible, so I will try to beat everybody tomorrow. But I think if Richie will win the first 3 matches, it's done for me, But to get Group B as a result is also a good achievement for this group. Yeah, and then we look further from there.
I wanted to ask you, what's it like being back here? When you came here and you won that week, it was one of the most incredible Saturday nights that we've ever experienced. I'm sure it was for you as well. What's it like when you walk back into this building?
I always, every time I come here, I am looking forward to it. And of course, after that week that I won, like, it was an amazing feeling, This was my dream, actually. That's my biggest win so far. Of course, I won a few WDF tournaments, but if I have to say, this is my biggest win that week that I won, especially with the players that were in that week. Great players, and I won the week, so I'm very happy to achieve that. Yeah.
We've seen you go on, as you just mentioned, win some other stuff since then as well. Do you think that the confidence you got from winning that week has helped you in your career in other tournaments?
Definitely. I think after the first win in the WDF, I think I got a little bit more confidence. Of course, I know I can win a tournament, but if you win that one, your confidence gets bigger because you just prove yourself you can do it, and you prove everybody else you can do it. And after this win, a dream come true. That's it. And for now, I know I can do it. So today I played all right. Yesterday I played good, but I can play better. So I need to do that.
And having experienced it before, it's all about getting to Saturday, however you get there.
Yeah.
In terms of today, I just want to ask you, were there matches where you sped up your throw a little bit? It seemed like it was from our position in comms. Was that a conscious thing, or?
In the first game, of course, Kilian is not the fastest player, and I like to throw in my rhythm, and I couldn't get into my rhythm, so I was struggling a bit in the first game. And then after that, I started getting into my rhythm, starting really good at the second match. And then when it's going, it's going, And then when it's not going, it's not going. So the last few games I was struggling a bit. But tomorrow is a new day. I hope I feel better tomorrow. I didn't feel all too good. I had some bad sleep last night, so I hope I sleep good now and be rested for tomorrow and just do my thing.
Yeah, and you did have some big moments still. I mean, I mentioned speeding up. There were moments when we really saw you take your time over finishers and then execute those checkouts. So you know what you've got in your locker and you know what you can do for the rest of the week.
Definitely. I say, like I said last time, I've got more to offer. And last time I showed it on the finals night. So, we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, we certainly will. Like we said, it is all about getting through to Saturday. Let's just show you how things stand in terms of the Group A table. Richie has that lead, having not lost yet. I won't ask you the question because it would be unfair, and you plan to beat him tomorrow, but nobody's actually gone through a Group A without losing a game, so it would be some achievement. But yourself and Andy Davidson currently in the Group B spots, and you are in a good position for that at the very least, with a 4-point buffer from yourself and Schie McGuirk. So is there anything that you're going to focus on in particular to make sure that you do get at least second or third tomorrow?
I just want to play my game, and if I play my game, I will get there. I know I will. And my target tomorrow is Richie. So, guys, tune in, watch the game, me versus Richie.
Right, I'm going to ask you to appeal to this camera here in a second because you've got a few fans in Portsmouth and they want to see you on Saturday night, so they need to get their tickets. What's your message to them into that camera?
I had the most amazing night ever when I won this week. Thanks to you guys. I want to see you again. Please come and support me. We're very thankful for that.
There we go, brilliant. Look, good luck in getting there, Jimmy. Thanks for talking to us today. All the best tomorrow, and we'll see you then. We hope to see you tomorrow as well. The action gets back underway on Wednesday morning at 9:30 a.m. Jimmy Van Schie hoping to stop Richie Burnett having a perfect week here in Group A at the Modus Super Series.